Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, October the 1st, first day of October. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Well, I'm looking for a couple of yeses. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Thank you. All right, what is happening this morning? So keep an eye on this CDXX. This is an all-time high. They had a press release this morning with Merck in the name. Of course, Merck, big move for Merck. COVID news for Merck, MRK, which is actually slammed a little bit for down for Moderna and Pfizer. So Merck, you can just read the news. So Merck is up and CDXS is doing something. I don't think it's with the same drug necessarily, but they had a press release with Merck in there. Let me just see what it says. Codexis and Merck amend and extend supply agreement for enzyme use. So it's nothing to do with the virus, but CDXS with Merck in the press release and Merck running this morning, this has caused this one to pop in a big way, up 25% now. Remember this one, William, you made a comment yesterday about my option scanner and maybe checking the ones. I might have to start doing that and a little more officially. Checking the ones that pop into the option scanner and see what they do over the next couple of days. Guys, remember this one, I didn't really like this one. PROG popped into the option scanner. I thought there'd be too much resistance around that 150 mark. And so this morning it is up another 20%. So we had the alert, I think, at around $1.40, I want to say, yesterday in the option scanner. So obviously, I'm going to start tracking them a little more closely, seeing what happens to them the following days. Well, AVIR, yeah, I'm just going to mention AVIR. What a 2-day run. Was up. I almost took this on the 50 break and I held off. I'm glad I did, but I think I'm going to have an alert just over 50. I typically do not trade stocks this expensive, but I might make an exception in this case. I'm going to put an alert just over 50. Had a tremendous run yesterday through the 200-day. Well, actually now it's through the 200-day moving average. But it is shortable for me, so I'm maybe looking for a fade also. So the second day, okay. Well, let's. I will start to maybe track that. I'll just make a symbol list, easy enough to do. Just make a symbol list, a rolling symbol list, and see what happens. All right, IRNT was gapping down. I didn't see any specific news for it. The gap down after hours. It's not an earnings play. I just don't see any specific news for it. I hesitate because I keep waiting for a headline to pop in. I had no pre-market trades this morning. BMRA, I guess they're selling, or now going to be selling their drug, whatever they do, in Walmart. And that's the big pop. Look at this, 37% low float. So this could go crazy. It's already gone crazy, but it could get crazier, I suppose, just because of the float. I don't see that financing, so let me just do another quick look for the interesting, because I guess I'll have to scroll down a little bit further. Oh, I see. I've got to scroll down a little bit further in Interactive Brokers, but we do have it here, files to offer. Okay, so that's the reason. Thank you. So Bitcoin is on the move again today, so far this morning. BTCM, I hear a couple of the Bitcoin plays. BTCM, this is a cheap one, of course. HUT is another one. Whether they hold their gains or not remains to be seen. Mara, of course, is up a lot. Actually, it's up about 10%, I think. It's pulled back a little bit. Excuse me. Now, FSR is gapped up, so that Ride news from yesterday with Foxconn buying their plant from Ride, and this is affecting FSR today. Ride, of course, is now up also. FSR not up that much. Ride, I think, is a little bit higher. Interestingly, Morgan Stanley put a $8 price target on them. It wasn't really meant to be a downgrade. Okay, thank you, Casa. That would do it. Ater, ATER, gapping up, launching an affiliate platform. So it's up a little bit. Son of a CDXS, I lost sight of it. I wanted to take this just over 29. Now the spread wasn't very good, but it's not bad now, 29.7. Just can't do it now. CDXS. SPIR, a gap down underneath 10, I think. Yeah, this is pretty weak, down 22%. Again, I don't see any specific news. I'm looking to see if I can see a financing. I cannot. Yeah, the EV plays are definitely alive today. Okay, here's a small bio, NRBO. NRBO is gap down on a financing. Financing's at $3.25, $3.25. SPWR, Sun Power, being added to the S&P 400 mid cap. S&P, so this is the pop for SPWR. And COTY, COTY, was active. Let's see, they've sold a 9% stake, partial stake in Wella to KKR. Morning, John. And as we speak, the market is poised for a little bit of a little gap up as we speak. Of course, that can change in a heartbeat. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And then I'll take a look at the sector status. Whoa, we've got a fairly big list of each, so more downgrades than upgrades, but let me just get a few of them in anyway. This is one of the more active days I've seen for the upgrades and downgrades in a while. Yeah, I see the FIVN and the Zoom deal is off. I guess Zoom was going to buy FIVN. That deal is off. I'm noticing there's an upgrade now. A couple of upgrades. Actually, a whole mess of upgrades for FIVN, guys. On that news that deal is off. Interesting. A lot of upgrades for FIVN. Take a look at FIVN once I get these upgrades in. So there are actually not that many different stocks. It's just that I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 upgrades for FIVN. Let's take a look at it. I think it's a little more expensive than I normally trade, but yeah, a lot more expensive, but you can see it's moving higher here on the news that the Zoom deal is off. Now I'll get the downgrades in. CGC getting a downgrade. A little pop in some of the marijuana stocks yesterday. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let's take a look at the sector status. Go to from the toolbar, click on new, and then the dock channel bar, and now sector status. Let's take a look. My guess is that energy will be down and virtually everything else will be up. Maybe utilities will be down. And I'm wrong. Okay, so energy is up also. Everything is up. Real estate is about, well, not everything, but real estate right now, as we speak, is about 50-50. Healthcare is 2/3. So what these percentages refer to is the close from yesterday. So for instance, in XLE, the big energy ETF, 85% are up from the close yesterday as we speak, but nothing dramatic. But financial technology, remember technology yesterday we got slapped. Of course, it had a comeback, but look at the Dow was down 500. But here's technology and communications, the two, so they're up. Financials, 72%, consumer staples, 87%, consumer discretionary, 90%. So again, we're in for a positive open. What happens once the market opens, of course, is another story. And by the way, guys, this USWS, I should point this out, this is not up 233%. They did a reverse split, 1 for 3.5 reverse split, so that has not been reflected, so I do apologize for that. And I'm looking at our flyers, DATS down, PELT up a little bit. I have to, well, I'll take a look at GROM. GROM, I thought, I got in and out of that twice for some small losses yesterday. I found this one just look on the 15-minute chart, how difficult this was to time. Look at this. Look at all these topping tails, bottoming tails. And even after hours, it popped up to 468. Probably that was just a brief trade up here. I think the majority use the 20 period with 2 standards. I think the majority, certainly in here on my charts, I think the majority, that's what they do. And let's take a look at GBTC. Yes, Bitcoin is so there's a 200-day moving average. It's approaching. It's about $1 away. So there's a nice big, there's a big pop taking all this out. All right, so what I'm seeing, a lot of the flyers in the pre-market are starting to fade. The CDXS, now I'm glad I didn't get it. VIR, I'm hearing, VIR is gapping down. VIR gapping down. Big gap down. I know they had some news on the 29th. They had some news on the 30th as far as you gotta love this, guys. Okay, so here is Wainwright yesterday maintaining coverage with a buy and target of $135. Stock is at 36 right now. I don't see any news on this. I'm keep looking to see if there's a financing or something. Participating in the Guggenheim Second annual vaccine in infectious disease. That is on the 6th. So that's October 6th. So that is in the future by about 5 days or so. So I don't know. I don't see any specific news on this. Okay, now let's see. How's that PROG doing? What was the next area of resistance? Right up here, it's almost there. I mean, it takes out 2. Didn't see any specific news on it. But is that news today? I mean, I'm just looking for something today that is causing this to do what it's doing. I mean, it looks like a finance. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's yesterday. So I'm just looking today to see what is happening with this one. That's a big gap down. So the BMRA, that is the low floater of the day right now anyway. It only has, what, 10 million in the float. A huge gap up through the 200-day moving average. Had some news. Product being sold in Walmart, so obviously distribution news. Coming into a lot of resistance in this area here, but it's a low float. So this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. One moment, please. Okay, this one's having a bit of a comeback. This got hammered a couple of days, well, yesterday. VLTA actually having a nice little comeback, guys. It's above yesterday's high, I believe. Yeah, the high yesterday was 903. Got absolutely hammered yesterday. And this is VLTA. I wonder if you've seen there's Omer. Somebody mentioned, oh, wow, yeah, somebody mentioned Omer earlier. Big gap down. Let's see. Company does not currently expect any such resolution to occur by October 17th, etc., etc. Evaluating next steps. So that's not good news for Omer. SPWR, I'm hearing what is that? I'm hearing it's text to voice. SPWR has been added to the S&P 400 mid cap. All right, this CDXS is back over 30. Oh, Demetrius, I don't know. I just wait for the market to open and let the market direction tell me. I don't try to ahead of time figure out what's going on. So I literally don't think, seriously, I don't even think, wow, okay, this could happen, that could happen. You know, just let the market open and see what happens. Boy, this CDXS has been all over the place. Got all the way down to 27, pop right back up over 30. We've got to be careful. SPWR is inching its way. I think is that at 25? Yes, it's at 25 right now. So let's take a look left here on the monthly chart. The monthly chart says 25.31, so that could block it right there. It doesn't have that much room until it hits the next high in the monthly chart. All this on the weekly chart. So, I mean, probably the big pop, I will doubt if it's going to keep running that much. The big pop after hours yesterday on that announcement. Now, as typically, I just wait for the first 15 minutes anyway. That's to start to establish some kind of a market direction. I don't like trading too early. For me, too many ups and downs in the first 15 minutes, so I usually just don't trade. Now, of course, I'm waiting to see what sort of alerts we get from the option scanner today, both in the upside and the downside. Ooh, this ABCL, I don't see any, again, just looking for news on, don't see any specific news today. I mean, it's had some news in the last little while, but boy, it takes out this this level here underneath 19. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. 1903 right there. The next low on the daily is 1825. Man, tell you, takes this out. I'm going to put an alert around 1898 just to see if it takes out 19. Again, that doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. I just want to see if it does take out 19, because it would have some room. Well, there you go. It's just touched it. Yeah, it's a bad spread. 1890, 1930. Terrible spread right now. So nothing I can do about it. But the next low is looking left. I think that was around 1830 odd, 1830. Then after that, way down to 1740. So, you know, keep an eye on this one. ABCL. Problem right now, you cannot take this right now because of the spread. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week, the first day of October. And we are going to open in less than 5 seconds now. 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So let's see what happens today. There's the BMRA, guys. It hasn't really popped. Interesting. The cruisers, maybe the cruisers and the airlines on that drug news from Merck, maybe. And some of the Bitcoin plays, there's Love. Love did have an upgrade. Save had a downgrade. Love had an upgrade. Again, I don't typically trade. Wow, so there, look at this. I mean, that's a big upgrade. That is a big upgrade. Look at this. I mean, what a pop. And through the 200-day moving, or right at the 200-day moving average right now. And that is for Love. So the CCL, NCLH, and I'm sure RCL, they're all moving too. Maybe on that virus news. And look at Merck, guys. MRK, big volume came in. MRK making new highs now, taking out the pre-market highs. Yeah, any's moving. I mean, you know, any crypto is probably moving. Big area right here for SPWR. I mean, there's the pre-market or post-market high. That was yesterday afternoon after the market closed, 25.46. And again, when you look here, it's 25.31. I guess if it can somehow take that out, then you look at the next monthly highs way up at 30. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Now, Indy, oh, that's right, Indy yesterday. I wanted to short this one. This was a tough one. Again, look how choppy Indy was. You can tell something's fairly choppy. If you look at a 15-minute chart, you see all these topping tails and bottoming tails. You know, the higher the time frame, you usually get a little smoother action, but not yesterday for Indy. It was a tough one. All right, so what is the market doing? So the market's up 250 right now. Tech is just up a little, SPY's up. So again, it is obviously super early. Morning paradox. Boy, these cruisers are cruising. Look at NCLH, CCL. I love the airline. CDXC or XS, let me just check it. I know it is shortable for me, but I'm not prepared yet to take a short on this one. And has Merck in the news. It's not a virus play as far as I know. Definitely not a virus play. I mean, it says extended supply agreement for an enzyme used in the manufacture of, oh, let's take a shot at this one. Sitagliptin, whatever they do, whatever that does. But it has Merck in the headline. And speaking of Merck, look at Merck, man, what a move at the open, taking out that pre-market highs like nothing. MRK. Corvus on the move, CRVS. Let's take a look at CRVS. Corvus is on the move. It's still down for the day. Come on, single stock, come on. There we go. Sorry, it is now up for the day. Next high looking left is 632, so this has room. I don't see, wonder what the news is. I don't see any specific news. Wow, Prague from yesterday's option scanner, approaching 2 now. Getting a little bit of delay in the charts, guys. Are you guys seeing that too? Okay, if you're getting that delay, okay, just click on the account and do a reset. Good fade, yes, for the CD. Just too early for me to take it, but good for you, Zach, on the CDXS. And actually what I'm seeing is a lot of stocks fading now, except for, I hate to mention it, but Grom over 4. I just find this, look how, well, I'll mention it because it's up. That's it. It's up 20%. Boy, I'm getting some real lagging here. Not liking this at all. Yeah, we definitely know that news about Merck, Marv. Too bad. The spread is now tightened up. This was one where well, I was looking at pre-market to short it, but the spread was awful. But look at it now, VIR. Just again, a little too early. Okay, we're getting a red bar. Look at the volume. It came in, getting a red bar to start, which might wipe out a lot of these gains so far. Whoa, look at this SPIR, another one I was watching pre-market to see if it could take out 10. My hope was that it would just rest underneath 10 for a while before it did this, but this is almost an all-time low now for SPIR. Okay, one moment, please. Well, I've seen tons of fades, guys. Tons of fades happening. Of course, it makes sense with the market doing what it's doing. I don't think this gap is going to last too long. Sophie, guys, SOFI, pop here for Sophie. It's gone positive. It's gone positive. Wow, guys, I mean, this Prague, let's take a look left. 221 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Boy, look at this VIR just getting tanked here. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond getting hit also after earnings yesterday. I thought maybe it might join the meme parade late in the day. Did not. BMRA not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Wow, look at SPIR. Why did you do this so quickly? Now it's not shortable for me anymore. Their shorts have been snapped up. At Interactive Brokers, I should always mention that. There were shorts available earlier. They've all been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, you see we have our first one from the option scanner, and it is pre-ROG. And, well, look at the volume that came in. See if it can hold at least 2 and run from there. PROG. Yeah, I saw go-go in the pre-market. I thought, okay, if it can hold, but then it did this. It did this. It went all the way down to 1760, popped up to 1840. So the hive yesterday, I do have an alert set for the hive yesterday in case it does take it out later. And that's for the go-go. Whoa, look at, yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond, below 17 now. What was the low yesterday? This is what you call a second day continuation on bad earnings. So the low yesterday was way down here at 1550. So it is just not happy. That is an understatement about AVIR, is it? Yeah, talk about a fade. Let's talk about a fade. So look at this. I mean, this is really fading. Still up 20%. All right, guys, just waiting on the PROG, see if it holds 2. It came in at 205 in the option scanner. Yeah, nice great early trade by Zach on the CDXS, the fade. Okay, Omer, guys, getting just thumped also. It had that little pull up. Not shortable for me. All right, guys, Apron from yesterday in the option scanner is alive. Apron, APRN. And it's almost at the high of yesterday. This was a nice one from the option scanner yesterday. Spear. Well, yeah, the shorts dried up on me anyway, so. All-time low now for Spear. Now, I don't know. Alert set for AMTX for some reason. This was from yesterday. Yes. This was a... So, 1974, the high, the monthly. So I better put this alert here. That's right. This had this massive potential gap fill. So now the next step is to put an alert around 1970. Excuse me. See if it takes out that, gets to that high of last month. All right, guys, give me a moment here, please. I've got to change headsets just a minute, please. And I'm back. All right, guys, Prague held. Hallelujah. Prague held. P-R-O-G. Nope, I didn't mention another one, Greg. Not on the option scanner. It's the only one. All right, well, the next, what did I say? 221 right here. So I've taken some out, guys. I've taken some out in case it gets stuck right at that 220. Okay? But if it doesn't, look out. I mean, this has got... let's take a look at the weekly chart. What's the next high looking left on the weekly chart? 221. After that, 271. Oh my goodness. If this takes out... but don't be afraid to trade it. I've traded out quite a bit because I don't... I just don't know what it's going to do at 221. Morning, Real. Wow, look at Bed Bath & Beyond just getting thumped. No meme play today for that one. All right, well, I wish you well, Elijah. I'm not going to be around for 7. I don't know how long that would take. But key area, if it takes out 221, this is for the Prague, P-R-O-G. I'm sorry I doubted you yesterday, Prague. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Well, that's not bad. I mean, I didn't realize that the run, I mean, this was a 90-cent stock just 3 days ago. My goodness, 3 days ago, 90-cent stock. This is like the CEI, guys. And again, I don't know if that float is correct. And don't be afraid to trade it. So what did it do? It got literally, I think, right to 221. Maybe 220. Yeah, wow, look at this. You see, when I read this news, I mean, I think, okay, great, they're selling their factory. Where are they going to make? Now, I don't, look, I didn't look at the intricacies of this deal with Foxconn, but I mean, now look at it. Shoot, and it was shortable. All right, so we have a little disconnect with the Dow was up, SPY's up just a little bit, but tech is now, again, taking it on the chin a little bit. All right, guys, so I'm all out of the prog now. I'm going to put an alert at 221 and see if it takes it out later. So it was not a bad trade, but I'm going to stick an alert up here, see if it takes it out later on, because if it does, then it's still got a lot of room. All right, well, if you're into the Wild and Woolly, PALT, P-A-L-T, P-A-L-T. There's the high of yesterday, 1436, so it's got room. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but this, of course, has been a wild one this week. Spear is killing me. I wanted to short that one so desperately, but I had to wait, and then when I looked at it again, the shorts were gone. What do you mean it went to 245, Ija? Not today. Unless that hit in the pre-market before our data. Let me just check. Yeah, you're right. So pre-market, wow, pre-market, this said that, yeah, this actually got up to 245. We start getting our data at 7, excuse me, but at 4:30, Prague actually got up to 245. But you know, our data doesn't come in till 7. So there's that. Yeah, I'd be a little wary of the pult, guys. I'm looking at DATS. Not that it has to follow suit, but DATS is just plunging here. Pult, yes, it's up. And Gromit's doing its thing. Up, down, up, down, up, down. So you know what? I mean, keep an eye. If this takes out this 221, I'm probably back in. Probably back in. That's for the Prague. Let's take a look at your cheat sheet for morning fades. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Let's just take a quick look to see, and it's an alert window. Okay, so whoa, a 1 minute opening range breakdown. I haven't used that. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on it, see what happens. Where am I going to put it, though? About a 1 minute breakdown. Interesting. Yeah, the Omer's showing up on the option scanner on the way down. Unfortunately, you know, the refrain so far is no shorts at IB. Great early trade for Zach in the CDXS. I just can't bring myself to trade those too early. But that's okay. Omer. So if you had shorts available for it, you can see right there. There it is. I mean, it's 8.32. It's at $8 right now. Yeah, this is a big fade market. Look at all the flyers. Not all of them necessarily, but many. Look at the ADR. The ADR was up to 11.60, down $1 now, down from the highs. I'm glad I took my early profits on the prog. I just don't trust this market. Well, thanks, Zach. I mean, yeah, it allows me to focus just on a few stocks a day rather than being tugged in a million different directions. So there's that. Yeah, I know. Zach mentioned that pre-market. I think they did a financing. Is it a financing they did? Boy, that's Spear, guys. SPIR. It's an awesome short if you had shorts. Oh, a killer for me. Just a killer. We saw this in the pre-market, just breaking underneath 10 right around here. We got only the one alert so far from the option scanner, and that is the PROG. Look at the volume. Look at these two 15-minute volume bars for PROG. Look at this. Lots of volume. This will trade the float. I mean, 102 million in the float. I'm going to check somewhere else. I just want to maybe get a verification that that is in fact the float. Yeah. Just give me a moment here, guys. All right. So I don't think that's the float for, I think it's more like 20 million. We're really have to trash our data provider. I'm sorry, I'm just going to call it the way it is. I mean, I'm getting ticked off. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything exciting is happening. I do not see. I only have that one still from the option scanner. Actually, it's a fairly quiet day. Usually my basic new highs and lows are somewhat full right now, but all right, hands up. Who shorted Spear, SPIR? I know somebody went long. I hope you got out of it. This is just, I'm going to have to delete the symbol. I have this text to voice and she's just torturing me by saying Spear, Spear, Spear over and over again. Yeah, well, there's the high looking left is 28.27. So, yeah, I can see what you're looking at. So, sure, well, I'll put her 28.25 alert. Get a little bit earlier than the break and see if it happens. Whoa, look at Sorrento, SRNE, just getting thumped also. Sorrento. And on the flip side, JetBlue, but it's coming into some resistance. JetBlue is doing well. I think Love had an upgrade. I didn't see anything about JetBlue this morning, but Love had an upgrade. Did it hold? The answer is not bad. Not good, exactly, Zach. Yeah, just be careful on that Grom. I just don't trust it at all. Oh, I thought you were looking for a fade on CF for some reason. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond. Just no bounce at all. Wow, what a bunch of nonsense for a ride. I mean, look at this. I mean, it almost got up to yesterday's high on that news and then just sold off completely. Oh, I'm glad I got out of that prog. I just don't trust this market to hold anything right now. Oh, okay. So your morning fade cheat sheet, basically it's done in the first 15 minutes. You're not looking at it after that. Do you have a time on that? A timer on that? Yeah, okay. There's no more. So it's over now. Okay. No halts yet today, guys. Nothing happening on the halts front. Of course, it goes against completely how I trade. Trying to take trades right off the bat, but I'll monitor it for a couple of days to see if I'm willing to do so. Ah, my goodness, what's happening? All right, tech is still, so still have this disconnect. Tech is down, Dow is up, but SPY is up just a little bit. So I was actually thinking this would show up on the option scanner on the way down the SPIR, but even though it's traded 14,000 contracts, that's only 90. That's not even normal compared to the last 10 days. Yeah, look at the blue apron again from yesterday on the option scanner. But I think this has got to be coming into a lot of resistance right around 8. Well, the AI is asking you to short ride. Now, this is what, if you have the AI, this is what I'm seeing. It looks like there's pretty good support around 7. So, there's the low right there at 689. I guess if it can take out 7, but, and the AI is suggesting a long for this little Bitcoiner. And we have a halt. Ooh, and this is halted on the way down, guys. This is what I was saying, I didn't trust these at all. This is halted on the way down, the PALT. So I think it's, you're looking at, I know some of you are looking at Grom, DATS, and PALT. I think they're kind of over now. I have no tips at all for automated trading, Josh. I don't believe in it. Okay, so I have no tips whatsoever. I'm not a big fan of automated trading. But what do you mean by tips anyway? See, I don't think the news on Ride is great. I mean, they're selling off the fact. I know they still own, batteries or something like that, or the hubs. I was trying to read that press release. I was trying to figure out, okay, why is this great news for Ride? I just don't believe in it, Josh. I just, I'd rather, I just find that automated trading, I mean, everybody wants to, if you have a strategy, first of all, I would never auto trade the AI. What I would do at maybe the minute or the maximum is maybe take the trades in an automated fashion on the entry, and then manage the trades manually, the exits. I just think it's too hard to do. I just don't think, if you have a strategy, you can try to auto trade it. This is what I would do. You want a tip? Okay. Here's your tip. Try it in the simulator first, okay, and see how it works. That's my tip. I like being way more hands-on in my trades than trying to let a machine dictate to me when to take it and when to get out. So, Josh, there's my tip. Try it in the simulator. If you have he's not the creator of the AI, but okay. If you have a strategy that you think you'd like to auto trade, try it. If you want to auto trade the AI, if you have our premium service, try it in the simulator. What do I think of BMRA? I think that it's a low float. They had news about their product being sold in Walmart, but the luster seems to be off now. So that's if maybe it gets back over 6, maybe. But right now it's a big fade candidate still. So you understand what I'm saying, Josh? You need our premium service, and then try, before you would auto trade anything, you can always try it out in the simulator and just see how it would work. Yeah, Zach just mentioned AHT just a little bit ago. Nice little paw for AHT. All right, guys, Prague is inching its way back up again. Again, I'm interested in this one, if it can take out 221 again. Okay, well, I can help you setting it up. I mean, it's pretty simple. You just click on, are you talking about your own strategy, Josh? Or are you talking about auto trading the AI? First of all, have you watched the video? Okay, there's a, Michael put this together. And it's the second long video, and it goes into all of it. I don't know if you watched it. It goes into the ins and outs of, creating your own strategy, putting it in here, auto trading it, or the AI. It goes into all of that. But I would 100% practice in the simulator first. I don't make recommendations like that. Okay, I'm not going to tell you when you should enter anything. Okay, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just saying that I'd be interested in this if it could take out 220. It doesn't mean you should do the same thing, okay? And why? Because if you look left, that's the next high looking left, so it can break through that. Then it has some room. I'm not saying it's going to get to 280, but I mean that would be the next area of resistance. So why have they not helped then, Josh? Because it basically goes into it all. I mean, if you're trying to auto trade the AI or your own strategy, it tells you how to load it in. At this point, though, only you can determine your strategy. The entry time, the order details, risk management, hold time. Only you can do that. There's no right or wrong, and that's why I'm saying practice in the simulator to see how it works, how it would work if you edit your trading strategy, either with a certain dollar amount or using a stop. All right, so I do see Biomerica did pop back over 6. BMRA. So Apron is probably getting into that. Oh no. Look what it did, guys. Well, okay, that was brief. That was so brief. Okay, so I did see that it showed up on the option scanner, but I don't know if that's a misprint or what. It showed up on the option scanner at 649 and it just tanked immediately. So I don't know if we can believe that print for BMRA. Well, have you clicked on Sim? And then when you do that, it should say something like account or something, and then you click on this and you just then click on simulated trading default. So for instance, I'm not in anything right now in the simulator, so I will okay, so I'm not connected to the simulator, okay? So you should see something like says not connected. Not the broker not connected. This is just, so when I click on Sim, then it should say select account. And when you do that, now you should see something that says simulated trading default. And now you're in the simulator. Well, that's why I wait on the prog. Okay, that's why I was waiting. Yeah, that was messy. I don't believe that was so quick and then right back down. So I'm not sure. Yeah, look at the SPY guys now. My goodness, Dow is all going negative. I mean, I don't think we're going to have any disconnect very soon. Oh, I see it. I do see it, but it's hard for me to believe, I mean, that it dropped so suddenly, just like that. But okay. I mean, I do see it. I see the wick. I see it on IB also, but... Actually, I do not see it on IB. Looking at IB, I don't see it. Not on the... No, I do not see that on IB. You know, I'm looking at a 15. I mean, here's a 15-minute chart, and there it is. But I mean, I don't see it on an IB chart. I mean, if it doesn't matter if it's 1 minute or 5 minute or 1,000 minutes, I should see a big wick up here. I see 624 and that's it. So I don't know what to make of it. Well, guys, this has been to say the least, an interesting day. Started off with a glimmer of hope with the SPY, and now we're just fading. Yeah, GoGo is certainly bucking the market trend, but I wouldn't trust it that much. But anyway, it is up. And it's approaching yesterday's high. Well, it is 10:22, guys. So first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new into the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. As I'm looking for short, look at this one, ADGI. Look at this one tanking. Boy, it takes out 25. It's not quite an all-time low. I guess down here is the all-time low. All right, before I go on and my little spiel about trade ideas, just point out that we are having a test drive coming up. So when you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. Fast approaching. So it'll start on the 11th. It'll run to the 22nd. That is 10 trading days. So you will get up to 10 trading days with trade ideas for $11.11, the full premium service, okay? And I say up to 10 trading days. If you can't take advantage of the full time between the 11th and 22nd, you'll get a part thereof, okay? Don't want to mislead anybody. So if you start on the 12th, you're going to get 9 days as an example, okay? If you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. You will not get live data until the 11th. So that's all you're doing. You're just pre-registering. I'm sure we're probably have a couple thousand people. That's what we had last time. So when we start to get, I know how many we've got now, and I'm sure it'll be at least 2,000 for this test drive coming up. If you're going to take the test drive, a couple of things before I move on. If you have our standard service and you're interested in maybe taking a look at our premium service, you can do so also for the $11.11, okay? Also, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So don't worry about that. That's another question we get all the time. So we don't have free trials. It's about as close as you're going to get. Now, if you do take the test drive, you should at least get yourself somewhat familiarized with trade ideas, okay? I put the 20 lessons for non-subscribers. If you're a subscriber, you can click on it also, all right? But take a look at this. This is what you're going to see. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. Okay, 20, the basic topics are covered here. So, you know, don't come into the test drive without knowing the first thing about trade ideas. No point in taking it then. Now, my home page. I'm going to put my home page link in. Now, my homepage tab is always available right here. Even if you're in the main trading room, it's always available right here. I did put the link here, but if you click on my homepage tab at any point during the day, there is the link to my homepage. And of course, here's how you can take out a subscription right now. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Yeah, choose your plan. So we have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual, $22.68 a year, minus that 15%. That works out to probably a little over $6 a day. And the standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. Okay? The big difference is the AI. Just had a struggle the last couple of days. We'll take a look at it a little bit later. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Cannot believe how many emails we get saying, hey, how come I'm being charged, full price? I'm on a monthly. Well, if we offered the 15% discount on a monthly basis, why would anybody take out an annual subscription? So that 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll be paying these rates going forward. So, a lot of information, my home page. So these are 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. And also all the education. Okay, those introductory lessons that I just put up before. Daily support sessions. So I do moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I do take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in YouTube. And today it should be Andy. So before I take my break, I will pop the link in to YouTube if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. So next week we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. Okay, we do have the webinars Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but we're on a rotation now. So next week it's the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. But you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos about trade ideas, how to create trade ideas from scratch. We're starting trade ideas from scratch, something about the AI. And again, if you're new to trading, great video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. It starts off with what is a stock. So if you are new to trading, this is for you. And we have some ebooks also that we created. So there are lots of information on my homepage. Save my link. Then you can take a look at the education links at any time and also my scans. So here's a sample layout. It looks a lot like the layout that you see, but it also has all sorts of other individual scans that you can take a look at, including, the one that I love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. So again, there's a lot of information. These 2 links, these 2 sections here, save my link, and then you can take a look at these anytime you want. All right, now, let's talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. If you're new into the room, what's happening in this one, Laurel? I'm a little reluctant to go long anything, guys, with the market, but what's the market? I mean, this market is just getting tanked again. So, not tanked. I mean, it's only down. Dow's down a little, SPY's down, but I mean, it just is sort of seemingly bleak right now for anybody wanting to go long. So this Laurel did show up, LAUR, in the option scanner, 1734. So when we look left, what do we see? We see 1739. So first of all, I wouldn't take the trade unless it breaks that high of yesterday. And then we've got 1760 here. I mean, to me, it just looks like there's too much near-term resistance to take the trade. I may be completely wrong, but that's what I'm saying. I want to see more room. When I say more room, when I look left, I'd like to see, be great to see, 75 cents, a dollar before you see the next high. So just because I get something in the option scanner doesn't mean I just pile into it. Especially on a day like today, unless the market starts to turn around a little bit, it's tough to commit to going long. All right, that might be it for apron for a while. APRN, as Zach was pointing out, this could turn into a nice fade, especially with what the market's doing. The volume is drying up. And when you look left on that weekly chart, what do you see? You see 848 is a high. I mean, so in theory, it didn't get stalled there. But it's just, when you look at what the market is doing, and it's right up against that whole number. It got a little bit above the whole number. Let's take a look at the monthly chart, see if there's anything. No. No such thing as dumb questions, Paradox. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. And so it doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows, or basic highs and lows. If I right-click, configure, click on the summary, this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. So if the filters are met, you always start off with filters, so I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Relative volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. Okay? So if you're going to build your own scans, you always start off with filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you have a trigger. In this case, the trigger is a new high or a new low for the day. So if these filter requirements are met and makes a new high or new low for the day, that's why we see these stocks. Okay, so if you want to build your own scans, that's how you start, with filters and then some kind of a trigger. Now, the nice thing is you do not have to learn a programming language. If I right-click, configure on an alert window, and then I click on search, you will see all of the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, those are the alerts. And if I scroll down, all of the filters. You don't have to learn them all. People look at this and go, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. We have a lot of them because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So we try to create enough alerts and filters so that if you are trying to build your own scan, you can create the right combination to give you the scan you're looking for, okay? So you don't have to learn them all. Now, you don't want to build your own scans. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Just go to my homepage, you'll see that scan section. So I'm sharing a lot of my scans already. And then you could also go into our toolbar. If you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, here are all the channels that we have, and all these channels are theme-based. So for instance, there is a momentum channel. So if you wanted to, you don't have to know how to create this. This is created for you. You can take a look, right-click, configure, and click on that summary, and it'll see what it's looking for. Now, you have the right, of course, if you want a different price range or a different minimum volume. Very simple to change. You just click on the icon make the change. You know, if you want it to be 10 and 50, so be it. Click on the summary, you'll see how that has changed. And if you like this scan, you could always save it to the cloud. I'll explain why I'm saying that. Because at this point, you can now, hopefully you understand the concept, is you can go to the different channels and start extracting alert windows or top list windows, the scans that we've created. You can save them to the cloud. And then you can bring them back one by one, thereby creating your own layout without really having to know how to create a scan. Okay? Now, one thing about the channels. If I make my change here, so I'll make my change right now. I'm going to 10, I'm going to change it, okay? So now that's what it is. Now it's only looking at stocks between 10 and 50. Thing is though, if I go to another channel, stock surging channel, and here, here's one, the action is heating up right now. Again, if I like this, I could right click and I can just save it to the cloud, okay? Watch what happens though when I go back to that momentum channel. And I right click, configure, click on summary, and says, hey, wait a minute, how I changed that to 10. Well, the reason why the changes don't hold is that these channels are for everybody, okay? The fact you want to make a change to something, that's within your right, and then you can save the scan, but the channels are for everybody. So not everybody may not want the changes that you're making. So that's why when you make a change in the channel, it doesn't hold. You go back to that channel and it won't hold. But typically, I think what people do is, you can surf through the channels all day long, yes. But I think a lot of people, because they don't want to necessarily have to know how to create their own, or don't want to create their own scans, we've created so many scans for you. You just take ours, save them, and then bring them back and create your own layout. So we try to make it really, really easy on you. You don't have to learn that much to get started with trade ideas. Now, if you want it later on, you want to create your own scans, so be it. Oh, that's a tough one for me, Paradox. You'd have to contact, yeah, I can't help you there. You'll have to, I don't understand when you say, okay, I don't understand what you mean. Do I have to do those out of the room? Don't understand what you mean by that. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Real, I can't speak for real, but I'm sharing a lot of scans, of course. So you don't have to be in the room. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Go-Go, guys, is, well, it is definitely defying the overall market. So yeah, I don't quite understand what you mean, Paradox, when you say, do I have to do those out of the room? Well, that's what I'm saying. If you save my link, if you save my homepage link, okay, well then all my scans are there. Here, so you save my link, so here are all my scans right here. If I'm understanding you, and then you can look at them whenever you want. You don't have to be in the room. For real scans, I can't answer for him because he doesn't have a link. But if he puts a link in, so I'm not sure I understand your question. You can of course look at all those whenever you want, when the room is closed, on the weekend, whenever you want. Okay. That's why I'm always saying, save my link, because there's a lot of information, including, the scans are there, of course, and all the education links. it'd be a real hassle. Now I understand what you're saying, because yeah, if you could only access everything, when the room was open and person is trying to trade and you're trying to follow along. No, 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 no. That's why I'm always saying save my link, and you can look at all this whenever you want. Not a dumb question. Not a dumb question. All right, guys, let me talk a little bit about the AI, and the AI does have one pretty good one today. I mean, a short of ride at 735, 693 is the last price, down 5.7%. If you took the short, I was indicating that it might stall right around here, but hey, who knows? Maybe it continues down. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would just click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window you'll see. Never mind these two. These are part of the docking. But you'll see this window. You just wait for the alerts to happen. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. Okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no video to show you, okay, you get an alert at 7:35 for ride. Well, how should I trade it? How you trade it will be up to you. Okay? You have an entry. You have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Obviously, a pretty good one. All right, guys, apron is definitely, but it is starting to fade. And it's breaking down through the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. All right. Let me talk now a little bit about this window that we call Brokerage Plus. I'm going to just go over it very quickly. I'm going to put the video in here, or the link to the 2 videos. Yeah, I see that. The SPAC opened at 10, yes. All right, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you're on our web-based version, it is not available. You have to have our downloadable application to have this Brokerage Plus window. And just load it. Well, it'll be in the toolbar. You just have to click. So there are 2 videos. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. There's the short video in the link, shows you how you do that. Okay. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this. That's all. It's a feature. It's an option. Certainly not mandatory to use. And even if you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to use it. It's just a feature. It's an option if you want to use it. Okay? When you say you don't see a stop price in your B+, well, you have to add a stop price. It's a too general a question. I'm going to go over that right now. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, and also I'm going to go over the simulation, because the second video is appropriate when I'm talking about the simulation mode too. So let's take a trade. Let's take GoGo. So when you say you don't see a stop price in your B+, you have to add a stop price. If you have a, so I don't understand your question, Martin. Exactly. Just going to take a trade here. So let's say I wanted to take the LAUR. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about money management right here. LAUR, yeah, it's a 2-cent spread. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. Okay, it took it. Now, before I took this trade, I would know where my stop is. Okay, I'm going to put the stop 20 cents away. And I'm doing that because I want to keep this math very simple. Notice that on the chart, a red line appears. So if it went down, if LAUR went down to 1725, it would take me out for an approximately $100 loss. Okay, if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize this enough. Practice trading first, okay? Before you commit money to the market, practice trading. You can use our simulator. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data, okay? Practice, practice, practice. Because here's the concept that, we try to drill into people is that, not all trades are going to work. You should have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And the only way you're going to ascertain where you're going to put your stops is by practicing. I tend to look at a chart and size up where I think there's a support area. And if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. Others, there's other ways. You can maybe be the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle. How you're going to determine your stops will be up to you. And it's only going to come with practice. What makes sense to you? Finally, it makes sense to you. Okay, so what I did here, not because my stop should have been 20 cents away, but I was trying to make the math super easy. Because now the next concept is, okay, I understand I should have a stop. How much am I actually going to be risking on the trade though? Risk in terms of a dollar amount. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. And you should, in my opinion anyway, you should risk the same amount, within reason, for every trade. You're not going to risk $100 one trade, $500 the next, $50 the next. Okay, try to keep it about the same. So why did I put a 20-cent stop? Because, and why did I take 500 shares? Because that's the other concept. You're not taking the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares you take, in my opinion, should be based on the difference between the entry price and the stop price. In this case, it was 20 cents. I was risking $100 on the trade. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, what do you get? 500 shares. So that's why I took the 500 shares. Okay? Now the next idea is, and it's very difficult sometimes, many times, is to obey your stop. You go into trading and placing your stops with all the best intentions. But you get all excited, your first few trades and your first trade and everything seems to check. I've been talking about this now. You should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. Not to take a trade, but to not take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist. You can't check them all with sort of a true, then don't take the trade. But even if you're able to check and everything says yes, 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 you know what? Even the best setups, best everything, they don't work all the time. So the next concept is to obey your stop. Don't start to get egotistical or stubborn that, it's going to come back because everything checked out. Because now what can happen, is that $100 manageable loss turns into, you're not obeying your stop, turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and say, oh man, I guess I better get out of this. Why did I not obey my stop? Okay? Just one moment, please. Okay, so that is money management, and that's why we're saying practice, practice, practice. So Martin, when you say you don't see a stop price in your B+, I don't know how to answer that exactly. You saw what I did. I took a trade, and I put the stop in manually. If you're talking about auto trading, you have to establish where you're going to put your stop. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit more about what you mean when you say, I don't see my stop price. Are you talking about you don't have the column, maybe? Okay, add it. I see. Add it. These are just columns, okay? If you right-click on any one of those columns, and then go to columns, and now you just have to add it. It's alphabetical order. There's stop price. Highlight it, left-click it, say OK, and then it'll be added. So, we have a lot of different columns. So again, just right-click on any one of those column headers, Okay, right click and then go to columns, and then you can add any column that you want, including the stop price. I see what you're talking about now. Does that help? Okay, good. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you were saying. All right, guys, so far, the Laurel, they took that out. And what's the market doing? So the market is putting a little green candle here. Very little one. Okay, so, well, the Laurel is actually working. Not badly. I mean, 1734. I did not take it. I did not take it in my real account. Okay, just let you know. You know, I was a little bit, obviously I was hesitant because of what the SPY was doing. I was hesitant because I'm seeing this kind of, what I think could be the resistance area. But from 17 in today's market, going from 1734 to 1754, I don't know where it's going. You know, that's not terrible, obviously. Yeah, the 20 lessons is a great starting point, you know, and I wouldn't wait. I mean, yeah, from sort of a cute marketing perspective, we were sending them out one a day in an email. But you know what? Just take a look at them all at once. I have the link, the 20 lessons. All right, guys. Well, GoGo is definitely an alpha stock today. GoGo is definitely an alpha stock today. What do we mean by that? Well, look what GoGo has. I mean, it's been choppy. Don't get me wrong. This has not been super easy because of the choppiness. When I say choppiness, when I see topping tails and bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart, you know, your emotions are tugged pretty strongly. You know, up, down, up, down, up, down. You know, so depending how many shares you take and how tight your stop is, I mean, you can get whipped out of these trades. So, but look what the SPY was doing, and look what GoGo was doing. So this is an alpha stock. It's kind of trading to its own beat. Not really caring what the rest of the market is doing. Yeah, not during. So when you say old trade, so if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. All right. But if I exit this trade right now, if I flatten it, then tomorrow, I mean, you'll still see it here, but it won't be around anymore, if that's what you mean. So I should point that out though, because I mean, for people who want to practice swing trading, you can use the simulator, just don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, and it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading here also. Well, I think the market has decided so far, Trey, but you obviously don't want to short. son of a gun. I wish I were in this short. I just can't, not paying enough attention because this came in my option scanner on the way down. Okay. I mean, it may be WSB, but I mean, 1578 came in the option scanner, got all the way down to 1532. Would I be trading it? Of course. I mean, be trading out of it. I never look at anything as long-term intraday right now. You've got to be trading. So again, this is what I'm talking about. I did see it, but I just, I think I was in the middle of my spiel. So there was an opportunity to short Dole at 1578. Now it's popped right back up, but before it did, that was a nice percentage move down to the 30s from 78. So well, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Now, comments about these some of these columns you see here. So today's profit, total P&L, of course, they should be the same. All right, and then the max P&L. So what this means, what that number right there means, if I had gotten out of Laureate, right at the very high at 1756, I would have made $47. At this point, I'm up $27. Okay, so why I'm pointing this out is that this is a good way to gauge how good are your exits. What you wouldn't want to see is at some point, maybe I was up $500 and I would have allowed it to be only up $12 or even worse, turn into a negative. Okay, so I mean, you've got to trade. You can't allow something that if you're up 500 to turn into a negative. So that's number one. So this gives you a good idea about how good are your exits. If you get out of a trade, the distance from the exit price is still another good gauge. If I got into this one and I flattened it, these are some hotkeys you can use. So if I want to flatten this trade, I'm going to flatten it right now. So I'm out of the trade. So I made $12 right in the simulator. Now this is going to tell me, okay, how good was that exit? Because now at this point, I would want to see a nice big negative number. Okay? Because that means that from when I got out of the trade, it really started to drop, which of course, that's what you want to see, right? So these columns can give you a kind of an idea about how good are your exits. Come on, Apron. Take that big move down now. The big move. Still not going to lose sight of the prog, guys. I mean, if it at some point it takes out 220 later on in the day, I mean, it would still have a lot of room. That float, I believe it's more like 20 to 25 million. All right, guys, I'm just internal discussion. Where did I say on the short? It's 1578. Okay, now it's right back up, but what I'm saying is you got to trade them. I didn't take it because I remember hearing the alert, but I was doing something else. But right there on a short, the Omer, I couldn't take it because it had no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. 832, and it got down to, it popped back up, but it got down to about 780 or so after the alert. Man, Omer. You know what? What I'd rather do you have my option scanner on the way up? In other words, the one, do you have this one? Okay. So what I want to do is, instead of my giving you it, I want to show you what I did to create it, okay? And it's using our flip function, and I think other people will be interested also, not just for this particular scanner, but if you had a scanner and looking for stocks on the way up and you wanted to flip it to see stocks on the way down, basically kind of using the same filters instead of having to recreate from scratch, here's an easy way to do it. Okay, so I'm just going to show you. Okay, so here it is. All right, there is the scanner. So the first thing I do is I right click and I duplicate it. I duplicate it. So when you look at these filter values, and this is what we're talking about when we say flip. Okay, you cannot flip well, obviously now I want to see stocks making new lows. So I can flip that from a new high to a new low. You cannot flip a price range or the current volume or this. You can't flip any of these, but I can flip stocks where the price was up at least 0.01% from the previous close. I can flip that to stocks where at least were down at least 0.01% from the previous close. Okay, so this is what I mean. Make sure I'm in this one. So now I'm going to right click, I'm going to configure, and now I'm going to flip. See how it flipped to a new low and down. So I mean, it's what it really is doing. It's just saving you some time from having to recreate all of this. You just flip it and then just give it another name, moving lower with unusually strong options. Okay? And now you've got the flip version of it. So I could give it to you, but I'd rather, you guys should learn some of these basic, I don't know if this is basic, but learn how to do stuff like that. It's just a time saver. And then give it another name. Yeah, this short for apron for me, I mean, I'm modestly making some money on it, but I'm not, it's not dynamic enough right now. The Omer, my goodness, the Omer. Well, from that scan, if you had had shorts available, you know, 832, it's now 777 now. I just showed you how to do it, Iris. Okay? So I can give you this and then just flip it. Okay, so here it is, and just do what I did. Flip it. Duplicate it. Duplicate it. So duplicate the window. And then in the duplicated version, just right click, configure, and flip. And then just give it another name. Call it, you know, if you want to call it don't repeat, moving lower with unusually strong options, okay? Yeah, I mean, I'm in at 1790, you know, just underneath that whole number. So, I mean, I could have got out some in the 1775s, but you know, I was looking for something a little more dynamic down. So we'll see. So the flip, once you've duplicated the window, Iris, once you've duplicated your window, okay, that window that I gave you, and then right click, configure, and it says flip. Okay, just click on the flip. Okay, so duplicate the window first, and then right click, configure, flip, and then give it another name in the summary. Give it another name. Okay, so you've done it. Hey, you're welcome. Boy, Omer. So again, if you'd had shorts on this one, look at this, 832, 756 now. Okay, so I'm going to sort of revisit this Dole short. It did come up on that scanner at 1578. It got down to 1538 before it popped up. But do you trust that it's going to? I mean, I know it's a WSB stock, or it was at some point, but I don't know. This looks, unless we get a rally in the market, I don't see why this is going up. What a section it's in. It's in other vegetables except potato and melon farming. You talk about a drill down on the sector. Yeah, we have some SPACs that are being released today, guys. I don't care about them. All right, come on, apron. Do I have to induce you down? Well, a bit of a snoozer now, guys. I'm not getting any new alerts. You see, hardly anything from my watch list, hardly anything in the new highs or new lows today. It's a bit of a snoozer here. Okay, so you see right now where I exited, it's 8 cents underneath the LAUR. Yeah, well, listen, I mean, get days like today, just sit on your hands. You don't get your setup, don't trade. I mean, it's that simple. Don't get so anxious to trade. Don't trade out of boredom. I mean, one of the worst things people can do is trading out of boredom. You can chop your account up, into all these little boredom trades. They start to add up. So don't do it. Well, one of the one of the reasons that people do trade a lot, of course, I mean, look, if you've got to make money in the market every single day to pay bills and all that, it's awfully tough. Okay? So I do get that. It's nice. I'm not saying this has to be a sideline, but if there's another form of income and all that, so the pressure is not intense every single day to make money in the market. To just pay for basic necessities. It's an awfully tough road. Yeah, this apron. I mean, I'm going to hold on for a little bit just to see. I mean, I can't. I don't think I can really lose on this. I'm in at 790 on the short, so I mean, gets back up there. I'll just turf it. All right. Well, at least we got a little one here. SMTS just popped in. What are you doing? Well, this is actually coming out of quite a bit of consolidation, a little bit of on the twos anyway. Now, it popped earlier, right here on the 15s at a consolidation. But how wild are we going to be about this one? 107 million in the float. Looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance right here. I suppose if somehow it can get through this 230 mark, then it's got maybe a shot. The 200-day moving average is up at 3, and good daily volume, no question. I mean, it's a good daily volume, 15 times normal. Tesla, I haven't looked at Tesla in a long time. I have no idea. What is 700? Okay, 773. Ugh. Ugh. That's all. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just internal discussion taking place, not in my head. You do? All right, guys. Well, I guess we have to look at DATS, I suppose. DATS is now making a bit of a comeback here. Over 12, for those of you who like to play this one. I mean, it's over 12. Whole number, got room obviously to 14. If it wants to, I'm not saying it's getting there, but yeah, this is definitely one of the slowest days in a while. Now, things can turn around in the afternoon, but this is definitely, and I'm just basing it on the number of alerts I'm getting in these two. Usually they're pretty full by this time. I'm getting only 2 on the high and not that many on the low. Oh boy, it's going to be this Prague. What is Prague doing? Yeah, it's doing nothing. But out of nowhere, out of nowhere, this could be interesting going forward next week. If it takes out 220, not today, but maybe gaps up on Monday over that level, it could keep going. SPWR, let's see, did it break out over that 25 level that I was thinking? Yeah, so got added to the S&P Mid-Cap 400, okay? That's what the excitement was after hours yesterday. But looking at it this morning, this is what I saw, 25.31 on the monthly. What did it get up to? 25.45, so broke above that just a little bit, but it did not really take it out. I mean, the weekly 2480, sorry, that's obviously above that right now. Yeah, I mean, that 25.31 on the weekly. So, if it can break out of that, then, the next highs are, way up here at 32 on the monthly. I just have my doubts today it'll come anywhere close to that, but is it 3 o'clock yet? All right, guys. Well, DATS is, inching its way up. If you're into that one, I mean, DATS is inching its way up. Thanks, Zach. Okay. All right, let's take a look at BMRA. Okay, so, I mean, listen, this may be a little bit of a magnet. I mean, sometimes we do see this. I know there's a wild print up here. It may be a bit of a magnet. So let's just watch BMRA, see how well it holds 6 and get some volume. And hey, I'm completely disregarding that 649, the alert. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. But it could be a magnet for later on. Yeah, at the VWAP 605. Yeah, so it's at the VWAP. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I'm out of the apron, basically flat. All right, well, let's see. Maybe BMRA is going to put a bit of a run in now. Volume is picking up. Volume is picking up on that 15-minute chart. We have 5 minutes left, and that will be, here are the previous 45 minutes, and this one is a little bit bigger, and it has another about 5 minutes to close. So this will be a nice little candle here. This could perhaps spur it up. Some volume coming in on the 5. You can just see it right there. But you got to be careful because this was a wild whip up to say, and this was in a heartbeat that seemed to go up here and then pull right back. Seemed to. Yeah, it did have a legit PR. It did have a legitimate one. And anytime a little company can put Walmart in its press release, of course that's going to get a little bit of interest. PGen? Well, ordinarily I'd say, okay, let's take a look at PGen because it's in the price range I like. Well, here's the deal, 512, 528. So, it's got a little bit, I would have to let it take out 512. Your next high is 528. You know, I mean, if it can get through that, then you've got something maybe to 550. I just don't like the fact that you've got these little areas of potential resistance. You know, I'd like to see something cleaner. Doesn't mean it's not going to move, but I just like to see something without near-term highs that could block it. Well, the volume, I mean, it's, you know, it's double what it would normally be, so that's all. I mean, big short float percent, you know, so a lot of that float is short. It's not a low float, but 25% of it is short. So if you're looking at absolute volume, I mean, it's, you know, probably by the end of the day it would be 1 million, but it is trading twice as much as normal. So I mean, there is that. The relative volume is okay. Yeah, the reason real is talking about that is because, you know, our premiums. It's not fair to the premium subscribers to, if I talk about the AI alerts all day long. I don't mind talking about them in a general way, and especially if they've already made a move. But glad I got out of my apron short. So was it PJ? I think PJ, you took that as a long. Good for you. Okay, so again, you know, I have my bias, even though the prog worked. I do have my little bias about these ones. I haven't made the change yet. I know Nat showed up on the option scanner, but I look at this at 3 and I just think, man, how can it get through 3? If this weren't here, if this were below and all this was up here at 358, I'd say, okay, now we've got something. But I just don't have the faith that it's going to really break through 3 and approach this level. METC, let's take a look at METC breaking out a 10-day range. Yeah, it's almost an all-time high. I don't know where that all-time high would be. I have to back this out quite a bit. Yeah, so we have to get back into 2017 before we see the all-time highs. So that's a lot. That's a long time ago, in my opinion. Keep an eye on the BMRE, guys. If it, you know, if it just watch to see if we finally get a lot of volume and it just explodes, say through that 620 mark. It's a low float. Yeah, I would put more stock into the BMRA only because, you know, lots and lots and lots of little retailers will say we're an Amazon partner, okay, and they have a little store. But to actually get a physical product into Walmart, it's probably To me anyway, seems a little more important. There's so many companies that'll put, oh yeah, now we're on Amazon Workplace. I mean, how many? Thousands and thousands and thousands. Again, I'm not saying BMRA is going to. Also, BMRA is a low float. So, I mean, it's not holding too badly, this area. And it's such a low float, 10 million in the float. Look, I mean, it's traded the float 10 times. 10 times, almost 5 times. Then we have a halt. Oh, sorry, we have a resume. So I think this is an IPO, guys. This is an IPO that just started. EXAI. Excuse me. So I'm going to assume it has something to do with artificial intelligence. EXAI. So this is an IPO. Just for fun, let's take a look at who's behind it. Haven't looked at any IPOs really for a while. Give me something to do. All right, so 13.9 million shares at $22, so it's above the IPO price. And who's behind it? Yeah, we got some big guys. We've got Goldman Sachs, we have Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and Barclays. Okay, so it's a pretty, could be an interesting IPO. I mean, it's above the IPO price at 22. If you're wondering, I haven't talked about IPOs in a while, but this is what I'm talking about right here. Okay, so this is my IPO calendar. I'll put the link in. You guys want to follow some IPOs? Okay, so when I click on it, so you can see right there, 13.9 million at 22. So you can see right now, 27, obviously good. And when you click on the actual on the link, here's where you're going to see who's behind it. So Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Barclays. So it's a big one. You know, it's a pretty big one. High profile with those guys behind it. Now, does it mean it's going to rock and roll? No, not necessarily, but so you can follow IPOs from that link if you want. Oh, you're welcome. So what you can do, I mean, if you really want to track the IPOs, what you can do is just create a symbol list, you know, with those IPO names. You know, you want to take the last 10 or 20 or 30 or whatever, and then track them in a top list or an alert window, you know, however you want to track. And for those of you who do not know how to make a symbol list or a watch list, we call them symbol lists. So you can track your own stocks. I just put in how to create a symbol list, okay? Yes, I will give you the link to the test drive. Okay, I just put the link to the test drive in the off-topic stocks only and in our YouTube room. So again, when you click on it, this is what you'll see. So again, read it carefully. It doesn't start till the 11th. You'll have 10 days if you can take advantage of the 11th to the 22nd, okay? Again, I always have to say this, don't want to mislead anybody. If you can't start on the 11th and go right to the 22nd, you will not get 10 days. So you don't get 10 days from whenever you start. And again, you sign up today, all you're doing is pre-registering, no live data until the 11th. However, next Friday, which is the Monday before, or the Friday before, next Friday, but an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program, so you can take a look at creating your alert windows if you want your own. You can scan because the market's closed, but I do a lot of work on the weekend scanning with top lists and all, so you can certainly get acclimatized with trade ideas. And also, highly recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. Don't start this trial without knowing the first thing about trade ideas. Okay, guys, so you know what? Hey, listen, wow, did it ever pop? I should have had more faith in my option scanner. So you look at right there, again, I'm just demonstrating what I was doing, how you can get out of a trade. So right now, if you had taken this trade, it is 24, well, at one point it was a lot more. This has to refresh. It'd be about 50 cents, 40 cents or so above where I exited, which of course you'd look at that and go, I guess that wasn't a great exit. I should have had more faith in my option scanner. Well, look what's happening though. See, look at the market. The market is helping. Market is now in rebound mode. Yay, look at the Dow, look at tech, look at everything. Happy days again, guy, everybody. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just put the link to YouTube into the room. If you want, I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes or so. If you wanted to go over to YouTube, Andy will be there between 12 and 1. Okay, there's your link. Don't go now because he's not there. Somebody was mentioning Carve and U1 before. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, we had the Carve and BYCY. BCYC usually follows along. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of another one. It starts with the B, it's very similar. There's another one that Carve U1, and I know it starts with B. I can't remember what it is. No, not BMRA. No, no, no. Somebody's gonna know. BYFC. I think that's it. Yes, BYFC. That's it. That was it. See how it popped up like the other ones, but this is a nice little market, guys. Now, I mean, this is 40. This is an hour now, almost an hour of a move up. So you see why I say you have to trade these? I mean, look at the LAUR. I mean, it got all the way up to 1817 or 1819. You can't expect these things are just going to keep moving. The other thing is, what did it get up to? 1815 was the high here. 1817. So, you know, it got right to that high here, and then that's where it stopped. Haven't seen Tattoo in a while. That's why it's been under $1 for a long time. Well, okay, it's a huge float. If we can believe that float, 158 million for a $1 stock. It'll take a bunch to move it. Now, something. So this is a tweet from, no, that was earlier. That was 11/21. Okay, so Reals Met C, I mean, it had a pretty good drop down to 1381, but it's popped right back up. So if you're going to take this one, you have to take fewer shares, in my opinion, because it's pretty whippy. Look at these bottoming tails. But the bottoming tails, I mean, that could, you know, the sellers tried a couple of times to knock it down. All right, well, this one, so what did we get the alert at? 11:04, that was the time, and 2:26, so it's inching its way. Hey, I mean, look, it might, yeah, I mean, look, it might, it's right above this level here, or right at this level, so if it can find its way to get to that $3, hey. Well, it is choppy as heck. There's no question that Laurel is choppy as heck. I think, you know, 750 might be a good base for it, but All right, BMRA. I'm still going to keep an alert around that 620 mark. What did I put it at? Yeah, 622 mark right here. See if it takes it out later on. It may not do it, but I'm certainly not interested unless it takes out that 622. You can see all the highs right there. But, there might be some enthusiasm later on. They'd get up to 666 or so. 665, not quite as ominous. Gogo's trying to make another attempt at 19. Gogo. The high was 1924. I think we have to go back a long ways to see where those highs were. It says it's at 50% of its all-time high. I think we probably have to go back to, we have to go back to 2015 before we see those sort of highs. And I don't think anything that happened in 2015 matters. We're talking 6 years ago. Okay, just a confirmation. It'll be Andy in our YouTube room taking over for me. And TRB, is it social? Is it a social media platform of some sort? No, it's a pink sheet stock, though. I mean, look, I'm not saying nobody can trade, or I just don't trade the pink sheet stock. So I'm not saying that it's not good to do, but look at this. Look at this 15-minute chart today, or 15-minute chart. Okay, now I see what you mean. It was uplisted today. Okay, okay. Okay, you're right today. Okay, good find then. Never know. I'll have to let. Didn't really look at this one. This is actually an earnings play today. Jeffries, see them a lot. Recommendations. JEF is an earnings play. I don't know, not too interesting, I guess. I mean, it's just sort of not doing anything. I mean, it's up, 2%. Whoop-de-doo. Well, I can say, I mean, I don't mind talking about an AI alert after it's happened. 735 on the ride, guys, at 679 now, so not a bad one. I think he was 22. I think it was B. You can just sort of see right on the chart. I think he was talking about 22, which is where I think I put my alert. You see right here? Look at all the highs right there. 622, 620, 625, 620 right here. This 622 level right here. That's where I put my alert to see if we could break that. If it broke that, it could have got going. So again, guys, use the price alerts, okay? Use the price alerts window. You don't have to stare at the charts anymore. You just have to put a price alert. If you get the price alert, in other words, if it triggers, then of course you'll know about it. But it doesn't mean you just take the trade. You want to see, what the pattern was. Also, did it trigger on volume? Volume, volume, volume. Yeah, I mean, this is strong. I mean, this is, there's an uptrend here in the 2-minute chart. A lot of bottoming tails now. Big bottoming tail on the 15, bottoming tails on the 5. Again, what does it mean? It means the sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers took control. Buyers tried to knock it down twice here. Buyers moved it back up. I mean, eventually, I'm not saying, I'm sure this will probably turn into a great fade at some point. But let's take a look left on the, and I'm not trying to defend it. I mean, I'm not in this. I wish I had been in it. 1734. The next high, looking left on the monthly, is around 20. So it's got that room. So I'm assuming you're using our 10-day range filter. There's Reels talking about breaking, a couple of them he's talked about breaking out of a 10-day range. So there's a 10-day range filter. How would you do that? How would you even know that it's breaking out? If you add the filter and you put 100, maybe 100. Well, what that would mean is it's right at the top of the 10-day range, as a minimum. IMUX. IMUX. Well, we're starting to get. Wow, this is on the way down though. Not that wow, look at this. IMUX is getting crushed here. It had some news this morning. It says enrolls the first patient in its phase 2. So there was a little flurry of excitement, and then look at this. IMUX. All right, guys. Well, at least I can talk about one stock for my stock of the day. Okay, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up, so I'm going to put my announcement in.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me.
Price was 22, so this has been certainly, the first day anyway, a good one. Is that okay? Andy, you're in. Okay. Okay, Andy. I will stop streaming right now.
Visual if everything's yeah, let me know if everything's clear. Hey Aja, how are you, buddy? Oh, this had a nice little pop. Okay, good. Loud and clear and hopefully visually nice and sharp. Oh, did Barry cut me off? Okay, now you're good again, huh? Okay. All right. Barry's messing around with my stream. All right. We had a nice little bounce in the marketplace. Marketplace, huh? Funny way. Anyway, let's see if there's anything to this, if there's any legs to it. Interesting. This is something, guys, that I did. I had been long some SPXX for a while now, and I think started buying it way back over here. But anyway, I took my profits today in this thing, and I'll tell you why. And I do this a lot of times when you have let's look at the SPYs. It's easier to determine, but keep this in the back of your mind because we've had a nice little sell-off with some ugly red bars, and today the same thing. Looks like we were heading lower. Really wasn't any kind of in no man's land. No really support and resistance in the SPYs. Just kind of it really wasn't until down here. But one thing I notice, and I always keep an eye on when the market's selling this, especially if I'm on the short side or maybe if I'm looking to maybe buy a bounce, the VIX. The VIX just was no fear in the marketplace. And typically, if you kind of have emotional, selling going on, panic selling, the VIX is going to move higher, much like it did over here. See what it did on these 2 days? Big gap up. But man, no, lately, few updates, but there was definitely. Now I know this is not quite the same as the VIX, the futures instrument, but it pretty much will track it the same, just lag behind a little bit, and it's more kind of a toxic ETF. So anyway, that's something that I kind of always keep an eye on when you're getting some selling in the market. Now that doesn't mean later in the day or Monday or whatever, this could really kick in. It can kick in at any time, but I just wasn't seeing it today. I had some nice profits in SPXX, so I just took them. Now I'm not loading up on the long side either because lately, guys, it's been tough, as far as playing the bounces on the long side, and boy, I mostly Most of them are kind of day trades, maybe a day and a half if I'm lucky. But boy, things are just not lasting very long. Uh, but that's it for me. I did buy one thing on the bounce. I had an alert go off, and Yalla, and bought it at 70. So just kind of watching this. I love the volume that came in on this day right here. Okay, and then we had an up day yesterday on a very ugly day in the market. So you guys, the ones that know me know I don't mind bottom fishing if I have a reason, a technical reason, and it did pop. I didn't buy it on this day. I didn't buy it on this day, but it popped above the 10 period moving average there. It looked like it may have something going. So this is one where you got to be careful. If you're wrong, you just get out. But I know if I am, I will get out quick. And if I'm right, maybe I can get a move up to a 10 or 15% move pretty easy in this thing. But we'll have to see what happens. I was hoping a little bit of volume came in on that move, but not much. Hey, Mike C, how are you, buddy? My best trade this week, well, it's been on for a while, and is XBXS. I've been long this for now. Once again, I'm always taking profits. If I get a move like this, I'll take half off. So I'm kind of doing a lot of I like to call it sway trading. Okay, it's not swing, it's not day trading, it's sway trading. You're just kind of flowing with the market, and so I'll take half my profits here, and it pulls back. Maybe I'll buy a little bit more, but I've been kind of this is what I like to do. Now I'm not in it right now. I may regret it, but I did get out, like I was telling the guys, pretty close to the top there, just because I noticed the VIX. There was no fear in the marketplace, so I was kind of worrying about a bounce. But yeah, I'm trying to think that, and not too many on the long side. I'm going to say most of my money's been made on the short side. I am short Tesla right now. I shorted it yesterday at 778. It was forming this wedge here, and this was more of a market playing, and so I kind of took a gamble there. It's a very strong looking chart, but like I said, I was mostly playing the market, and I said if this can break out of this wedge to the downside, and it did, but you can see it caught the 10 period moving average and bounced up. But half size position, I only got a half size position from 778 short in Tesla. It's a strong chart. I'm not going to argue with you. And my stop is, I think 794 or something like that. I think it's above this high right here. 794 I think is my stop. So if the market does sell off, this is one, if it does break below these moving averages, I can add to it and could be a kind of a longer term short if things do continue in their kind of a downward trend right now. And people may argue, well, we're still in the longer term, we're still, in an uptrend, and that is correct. We are. But damage has been done, with you got the 10 and the 20 both breaking through the 50. But we've seen this before, and the market has bounced back. But I'll always take my chances when the market starts to get heavy and start to show signs of, maybe a topping formation. But because I know if we do get a sustained bear market, it can really add up. And I had every intentions of staying in the SPXS and I'm looking to get back in. Don't get me wrong. So what I'm thinking of right now is, but when the VIX and things are not, I don't feel right, I'll take my profits as well. But if the SPYs get back up here to the 10 period moving average, maybe I'll put an alert right here, and if it creeps up there and it gets in and it starts getting there, maybe I'll put on another half size, SPXX or something like that. But when I just didn't like what the VIX was doing today as the market, even yesterday, the pretty big sell-off, big red candle, and yet there was no Not a lot of put buying. My favorite swing trading strategy, a lot of times it depends on the market, okay? Excuse me, let me get some water. I like to play okay, I'll get to yours, David. Uh, my swing trading strat. I like this one if the market
Wow.
is, in other words, it's pulling back, but it's kind of holding on to some moving averages. In other words, this is more of a pullback than I would want if I'm going to play this one right here. This is a pullback above 50 SMA long swing, and I'll share this with you. And what it's looking for is stocks that are. Let me go back earlier in the morning. Okay, here's a great example right here. This gray television. Okay, it's looking for stocks that are strong. They have to be strong because they have to be above their 50-period moving average. Okay, like right now, you look at the SPYs, they're well below their 50-period moving average, but this one is showing a lot of strength. It's above all its averages. But it only has to be above, according to my filter setting, only has to be above the 50-period moving average. And it's got to be pulling back on the 5-day time frame. I just use a position in range, and I'll share this with you. And then what you have is once it takes out this high right here, it fires off and lets you know. So this alert would have come through about 2308. This is a nice setup. Now, I will say this, lately it hasn't been working very well because we've had some selling going on in the market. So you're getting a lot of head fakes. In other words, it'll go and tickle that high and then they'll turn around and go lower. I'm seeing a lot of that lately. But in a nice uptrend where the market is just trending nicely and staying above its moving averages, this can be a very good swing trading setup. But like I said, it all depends on the market. Right now, I'm not looking at this as much. I'm looking more at like this revenue growth fishing. Give you a great example of this, a stock that was in this one lately that I have to say I missed because I think I was busy that day doing something with trade ideas. But this was coming through this alert right through here. And then it finally busts out of this range. You see, there's my alert, that green line that went off. Let me stretch it out so you guys can see. Yeah, so you can see my green line right here. That's where it went off and pop. It had a nice little run. Basically from 74 all the way up to 84. So this is kind of my go-to scan when the market is kind of weak, but this is populating with symbols that's showing you relative strength. Good Lord, look at that Laura. It's crazy. Now, and so this is kind of my go-to right now because it just makes sense. Okay, the market is below its moving average, showing some weakness, but yet this is showing you stocks that are showing relative strength. Okay, they have to be in the lower part of their range on a 3-month range, but they're in the upper part of their 10-day range. Okay, so they're showing relative strength. This one I was in and I got worked out. This Reggie, I really liked it. It had a beautiful setup there, and it still doesn't look that bad. I bought it on this day, and of course the market was falling out of bed, and I cut it for a very small loser. I find in this kind of environment, I find myself doing that a lot. Most cases, it will save me lots of money. In this case, it came down here, it caught the 10-period moving average, and now it's looking like it's kind of building back up again. I like its renewable energy strong right now. Nice revenue growth, earnings good. This is one, that I'll probably have to watch again. But so those two, you have access to this if you guys go to the Traders Vault in your main channel bar. This will not be in the docking channel bar window because it has too many windows in it. It just doesn't work. So in your main channel bar, just go to Traders Vault. You can find that revenue growth fishing. And I will share this a pullback above SMA. There we go. Just call it. Oh, you know what? This one, you do have access to this one. I'll share it anyway. Now keep in mind, guys, you always have to play the market first. Okay? It's just like trade of the week. We got an ugly email today or recently about, the trades aren't working. Look at the market. You always got to play the market first. Same thing goes with my swing trading ideas. If they don't work, I'll quick to get out. But that's a good one. And also this one is in the swing trading channel. Okay, if you go to the docking window, the best one to go to, just go to new dock channel bar. I think I have one open already. Let me show you. Maybe I don't. Go to the dock channel bar and just find the little swing ideas, and it's going to be at the top here, I believe. Yeah, there. I just call it daily pullback bar reversal in here, but it's the same window. ACM's coming through. Yeah, that one's a little too sloppy for me. All right. And I hope that helped you out there, Naveen. Hypothetically, if the market would keep going down, which scanner short side would you like the most? Okay, good question. Now, I'm not one to chase shorts. I think that's where you get in trouble, and the reason is, let me explain to you why they say some of your best bull rallies come in bear markets. It's because when you have a reversal sometimes in the market, what happens is not only do you have shorts rushing to cover, you have new buying interests, which is most of traders are bullish. They like to play the long side. So you have short traders covering, and then you have new buying interest coming in, and that's why some of your best moves can come in a bear market. I'm not saying we're in a bear market right now, but I kind of like to think of that idea when I'm getting short. So I'm more of a kind of a fading kind of guy. Let me show you an example of a chart I was looking at today. I think it was IMAX. But I didn't do it because it didn't work out. But it's had a nice run, was going up against its 200-day moving average. That was kind of on my radar. Had it rolled over and taken out this low, but obviously market caught a bid and didn't do that. Hold on just a minute. I got to check a position over here. All right. And what you can do, you can take this this pullback above 50 SMA swing, and you can flip it. Okay, so what you want to do is just duplicate the window. Okay, and then just come in here and go to configuration, and go to flip. That'll turn it. They'll basically just turning it around where now it has to be below the 50-day moving average. And let's see if I don't know if anything will be coming through here today. BKI. There you have it. Okay, so this would be a pretty decent swing setup. It's in a downtrend. It's ugly. You've had 3 days of moves higher, and then you took out this low over here. Let's see what else came through here today, if any more. Looks like that was the only one. No, we got a couple early this morning. I typically won't play these things in the first 15 minutes of a day, so I kind of ignore them. ENR, that's kind of a head fake. It did, everything it's having trouble at the 50, and then it did take out this low. You got the alert, but what happened is, that's one I'd keep an eye on. I'd be maybe watching. Maybe if it got back up here to the 50 or something like that today, I would, fade it. Okay. Yeah. All right, David. Yeah. Test drive just around the corner. So, but anyway, keep that in mind. If you have good bullish strategies, guys, all you have to do is flip them. Sometimes they'll really work in a bear market as well. All right. Let's see. Oh, I know what I was going to do today. All right. I had a working with an email, working with the girl this morning. I'm gonna try to remember the configurations, but I figured because she wants me to help build her a scan, so I figured I'd hold off and do it in here. So it's always a good practice, I know, for the good guys for you guys to see a scan being built, especially I said good guys, the new guys. So let's do that, man. She wants to see. Let me just pull this up real quick. Hold on. All right. She's looking for smaller price stocks, basically from a penny to $5. Okay, so we're going to do a top list because she's not really concerned about that much about alerts. So we're going to do a top list. And pardon me, guys, if I'm missing the chat because I have to cover it up with my correspondence with this lady so I can read all her what she wants here. All right, so let's load a top list. And we always want to start from scratch. Always do this. It'll frustrate you if you don't. And she wants, okay, stocks between 0.001. So we'll just go to price and go to 0.001 and to $5. Now, I already know since she wants stocks that low, we're going to have to go in here and make sure we click all the exchanges. Make sure we're just getting everything that comes through. Okay. Now, she wants some crossing. She says, she goes, crossing the 200-day moving average or the 50-day. Okay, so obviously we can't put both in there because every filter has to satisfy, the configuration or the alert won't go off. So we're going to start with the 50-day. I can always come back and build her one. Let's start for the 200-day. So she wants it crossing, okay? Well, there's a couple of ways where you can make it crossing, but I think by her other filter that she wants, it's going to be obvious. She wants it crossing. So what we're going to do here is just find 200-day SMA. And we're going to do change from 200-day SMA percentage. We're going to add filter. And we're just going to put 0.01. Okay, so we know now it has to be above. It's a minimum, so we know it has to be above the 50-day moving average. Okay, what else does she want here? She wants it 2 to 3 up candles on the daily chart. Okay. We'll go in here and do consecutive candles, and we don't have one. 60 minutes. Let's see. Do we have consecutive days? That's what it is. Consecutive days. If I can spell. There we go. Add filter, and we're just going to put 2 in here. We're going to put a minimum of 2. Okay? And let's see what else she has. Okay, she wants the stochastics to be around 30 or 40. I don't know if that's going to be able to do that if you have it crossing the 200-day and having 2 days up in a row. But let's. Oh, she says around 40. So let's just do a bracket and see what happens. Okay, so we're just going to come in here and do a stochastics. Oh gosh, we're gonna have to. We don't have stochastics, do we? We have RSI. Okay, we're gonna have to use the RSI. She said or RSI. So we're gonna do RSI, daily RSI, and we're gonna bracket it. Let's start out with kind of a big bracket from a minimum of 20 to a max of 50 and see what we got. All right, let's add some columns now. And we definitely want price. I always like to have relative volume. Let's go with, you know what, I got to go back and add some more filters too. We'll go change from close. You always want to know if the stock's up or down. Consecutive days, we can see how many days it's up. And let's also do a change from the 200-day SMA, because we may have to put a max in that to assure that it's not too far above. And what else could be valuable? What other filter did she want to see? Consecutive days. Oh, RSI. We need to do RSI. All right, let's fire it and see what happens. And we'll do just call it above. Let's fire it up and see what's happening here. All right, we got some stuff. That's good. Now let's see what they look like. Now I'm getting a lot of that's it, Toronto. I'm gonna take off the, for now, if she wants it, I'll put in there. I'm gonna take out the Toronto and the TXS Venture and the small exchange. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right, you're definitely above the 200-day, but we're not crossing. Okay. RSIs, most of them are near that 40 range, looks like. IRS, oh, that's a good one right there. Now, that would have been nice. She would have liked to have seen that right around 424. TGS, you had a couple. I see everything being filled up. It looks like we had a couple of false starts here trying to run. Yeah, another good one. The problem is the volume here. Let me come in and put a volume. And we'll do like, I'm not gonna do a 5-day. I'm gonna keep it at 100,000. Just I'm afraid we'll just limit everything. We'll okay. See, it's meeting obviously all the filter sets. I'm not seeing the consent. Well, I guess that is consecutive. That's the thing about our consecutive days. It doesn't have to be a green candle. It could be an ugly red one like that. But as long as the close was higher than this previous close, it's considered an up day. Okay, yeah, we may have to. I'll send this to her. Probably what we'll end up doing is going to have to do like a change in 5 days to assure the stocks had some sort of up move to it. But it's working, and obviously then there was a couple of good ones in there. I thought that one was a real good one, and that one has potential if we can get up back above it. So anyway, I'll keep this and work on it, but I just kind of want to get that started. People send me emails all the time saying that they like when I show examples of building alerts, and that's how people learn. So I wanted to show them that. All right, let's get back in here. Naveen has, I am trying to build an alert window for a MACD line crossing above the signal line. And now we're not going to have, Naveen, all those. Yeah, I'm not a big, MACD, but what you can do is always just come in here. And I think all of our MACDs are alert windows, but let me see the ones we have. Yeah, we have, and you're looking for the MACD crossing above signal line. Okay, it's in there. I'm not sure what time frame you're on, but we definitely have several. We have all the way to 60 minutes. I don't know if you're looking. We're not going to have a daily if that's what you're looking for. That will not work on a daily chart. I mean, obviously, if you're looking at a chart that's a daily chart, it's not going to marry up. And if you're looking at the MACD, it's not going to marry up to our signal. So what you'd have to do is just put, as long as you put your chart on a 60-minute chart, it's going to work. It's going to work for you. We just don't have that in the daily time frame. But just pick your, if you want to try the 60 minutes, that'll work for you. And stochastic crossed above 20. That's easy to do. You just go to, we don't have a stochastics. We have an RSI. But you can use that RSI filter and put a minimum of 20, and that'll assure that it's above 20. But yeah, that's we're not pulling that data for those crossovers on the daily time frame. All right, let's take a look around. See how my Yala's doing. That's hanging in there. It's hanging above that 50-period moving average, but volume is dying off. Probably not expecting a lot out of this. Oh, you're welcome, Naveen. You're welcome, no problem. See how my Tesla short is doing. Yep, not bad. Hanging in there from 778, so from yesterday, but probably going to depend, on the market. I seldom do this. I did buy a small amount of nugget today. Pretty much, I see it down here at 42. 42 I bought it. So just like I said, I seldom do I play these, but I notice silver was having a decent day above its moving average. Gold, it's just kind of a relative weakness you're seeing in the GDX, and I thought, well, I may want to play some catch up, and they still may, but so far, obviously, the GDX is really not performing. So I'll keep it real tight. Something like that doesn't work, I'll just keep it tight. Oh, look at that thing getting ugly. That's really, 73 million, that's not bad float, but boy, it's trading like a 2 million float. See the other unusual volumes. That one was pretty ugly, sloppy today. H-lit is trying to work, but pretty much just flat from the call. And apron, I got an alert up here in apron around 840. Depending on what the price action does,
filled.
I may
Order filled.
try to fade it. it's got a little ledge over here, a pivot level right here around the 845 level. So that's where I may try to fade. No, I don't want to see high float at all. I'm just saying, I'll trade either. As a matter of fact, that Yala that I just bought is pretty low. It's 35 million. Um, I'm not like Barry that trade these 1 or 2 million floats. I'm just not. That's not my game. I used to be a pretty, for 17 years I was a crazy, tweaked out day trader like Barry, but now I'm more of a, swing trader, but not a long swing trader. Usually, it would depends, but my average is probably 3 to 5 days. But some I may hold for a day and a half. Sometimes I'll hold for a couple of weeks if everything's working. Not in this market, boy. I'm quick to get out because it seems like sellers keep coming. Wow, this one had my eye on that BITF and took it off to do something. It went. Market's trying to go to highs. But I like to see that. I like to see Tesla, still down on the day, having, not really moving with the highs with the market. That could change, but that's it, David. Just like tweak on South Park. Yeah, I don't know. Me and Barry about the same age, and I don't know how he keeps gearing up for it every day. I admire what he does. I used to do me and Steve, we came to work for Trade Ideas. We were one of the very first users of Trade Ideas, like the very first, and but we used to have a service called Day Trader, and I would do what Barry did or does, and did it for 3 or 4 years. And boy, it's it could be taxing after a while. What that apron's doing. It feels like it wants that area up there. Yeah, David, interesting. He says, did you notice since it's September 27th, market dip midday and another dip in the market close? Yeah, it's definitely, and this is what you got to watch out for, guys, because what you have when a top is being formed, it typically, unless there's a big macro event like a black swan or a quasi black swan, you could, it's a process. And this is what you want to keep an eye out, because what will eventually happen is the dip buyers will just get beat up over and over again if this is turning into a correction or a bear market. Not saying that's going to, but typically, guys, look how fast these moves have been. Bam, bam. Let me pull up my Epic pen so you guys can see, because I think this is important. Because if this is a process, it definitely has the feel of what a process would look like. So you can see here these bounces off, the 50 really were strong and immediate and no turning back. Right there. Now look what you got. You have one that could not even bounce here, at the 50. Now this was a big gap down, so you did have a little bit of bounce there, but it wasn't a V bounce where we went back up to highs like we've had over in these cases. Okay, so we got met with selling right here. So this is what you want to watch out for, is because what will eventually happen if during a normal process, a topping process, and I hate using the term smart money, so I'm not going to use smart money, but let's call it insiders, let's call it, big hedge funds, whatever you want to call it. They will use these buy the dip processes to sell more stock. And then eventually, what will happen is when you keep getting these areas where you get, and let's say we come up to here and it happens again and we roll back over, eventually the buy the dippers will have enough. They're like, okay, man, I've seen enough of this. I've tried it now 3 or 4 times. It's not working. And then you may have a kind of an extended, move, hard move down when all the, buy the dippers give up. But I've learned my lesson. I'm not calling it a top, but what I do each time is I will put on a short in the form of usually SPXS. I don't like playing the VIX, the VXX, because it's so toxic. But I'll put on a short, and I'm actually hoping we do, now that I've gotten out of all of it. I hope we do see a move possibly back up here to this area, because that's where I'll be looking for not only, to put on another short maybe via the SPXS, but also maybe look for some stocks to fade with small size. Until, Brian Shannon always says the market is guilty until proven innocent. So until the market can get back up, and it's got a lot of work to do. It's got 1, 2, you got, like I said, you got moving averages crossing each other. So that's when you get them lined up in the other direction like this, what you typically would like is the 10 on top, the 20, and then the 50. We're just the opposite now. We got the 10, the 20, and the 50. So a lot of work to be done if we are going to resume, this bull market and go back to all-time highs. But on the other hand, once again, you're not seeing any fear in the market at all right now, and that's one reason I sold my SPXS this morning. Now had this, we're going to basically lows, and again, and the VIX couldn't even take out yesterday's high, so I'm like, I've seen this movie before, so I just took my profits. What I'll tell you, what probably the smart thing to do is to go ahead and maybe bring this down here, so if I can see that VIX, if it fires off and gets above that area. Yeah, Barry's got a great room. He's patient. He's very knowledgeable. He doesn't get fed up. Not only that, he knows how to manage a room, man. He knows how to, if a person's not acting right, get him out of there. Got to refresh my brokerage account over here. Let's see what else is on this revenue growth fishing. I typically look for some sort of consolidation. This is kind of too messy for me. ZY, this is not bad. I think Mike in our fund that we trade, I think he's in this one. Michael. That's probably the better looking one to me, because you've had kind of a, I like to look for the 6 week, about a 6 week window of bottoming process, and that's kind of what I look for. Now, a lot of these don't work. I mean, you got to remember they're kind of in a longer term downtrend. You can see a lot of them are going to be below their 50-day moving average. So if you're wrong, you get out. I always take at least half my profits quick. Typically, you can get a good move out of these areas when especially if they're taking out like a 2-month or a 6-week high. You can get a nice little move. Let's see if there's anything else. That one just ugly. Yeah, not seeing anything there. Yeah. Let's see how those there's any bounce in the Moderna. Yeah, a little bit of one, not much. Pfizer had a good one. How's Merck doing? Oh, you had to be quick and go today. That hut. Oh yeah, some nice one today. That ride, this one, yeah, yeah. Ugh. I'm mad that I missed that. Last time I looked, it was right in here. I was like, it's not going. I should have done for not putting an alert. Pigeon. Let's see what that's about. Well, definitely a bottom fisher there. Could potentially have kind of a engulfing bullish candle if it can hold up today. Yeah, Tesla is definitely, even though it still looks fine on the daily chart, very strong. It's definitely not strong today intraday. So I say that'll bounce up and go stop me out. All right, I got about 15 more minutes. So if you guys have any questions at all, let me know. Or if you want me to look at any charts, I'll be happy to do that as well. This is a very tough market, Iris, and probably one of the tougher ones we've seen because, buy the dip over the last, just like I was showing earlier, it's been tough. And like I said, I've been making all my money on the short side recently, and what I do is I get short like by going SPXS long. Okay, obviously this is a triple leveraged bear, so you can make, you can get some nice moves, nice easy 10-20% moves when you're right. And then I keep that position, and then I try to scalp things, as far as on the long side. Okay, I want to continue to play the long side, but I'm going to tell you, long side, if I'm not taking them quick, oh man, you can get hurt because the sellers have been out over the last several weeks. And so you got to be quick. I mean, one that I did very well on, but look at it now, F-cell. I mean, this thing looked beautiful, and I think I bought it on this day right here. Anyway, I made some profits, and then I was holding on to like the last half, and boy, you got to be quick. I mean, I got out on this day, but it was just these kind of moves are ugly, you know. It's just plug was one where I ended up taking a loser on my second half. I mean, it looked great right in here, and luckily I scalped half up, but I got out for a loser on my second. It's just you're getting these moves just counteracting themselves really quick, and it's not just it's bottom fishing. It's strong stocks too. I'll show you a great example. This is what you got to be careful of. This is why I don't like buying highs. Look at this snap. You know, beautiful breakout right there on the daily. Okay, after kind of going sideways, you know, in a channel for 2 months, you have a beautiful breakout. Look what happened next. It's violent. Okay, that's selling. Okay, it's just so this is not a market I definitely will not buy. Microsoft can be the same. I thought about when they announced a buyback, I thought really hard about shorting it, and I wished I had in hindsight because it went much lower. So a lot of times you got to think contrary in this type of market. So in other words, when things look good, maybe you short them. That's why I shorted Tesla. When things look really bad, well, you got to be careful buying things that look bad when the selling is rampant as it is. Now, it can really be frustrating today if we turn around and go back to lows, and this is what I'm talking about. You know, this is where you can really start frustrating the buy the dippers, and you could get a really big sell. I would honestly, I would be almost surprised if we don't go down and test the 200-day moving average, but at some point. In other words, I think we go to the 200-day before we go back to highs. We'll see. I don't know. Just what I'm. Well, it depends on, you got to be careful. I mean, I do have a extreme carnage that if you're into, pounding on things that are getting beaten up, let's take a look at it. I haven't looked at it. Now today probably not going to be very good because you had a bounce in the market. So, but let's take a look at yesterday. Extreme carnage, and basically it's the same as the extreme master blaster, except it's reversed. Okay, you're looking for stocks that are getting beaten up, and let's go back and look at. Well, let's just look at the day first and see what happened. I'll tell you what, let's just click on all here. We'll get maybe most of them. Okay, you got a 52-week low here in the Smith. Okay, that's the kind of stuff you're going to see. GH, look at that awful thing. Now, let's see when these things were coming out this morning. Let me pull the date open bigger so we guys can see the date in it. Okay, so let's make sure we're in 10-1 here. All right, there we go. Okay, I'm always careful on big gaps and then selling off. Okay, because a lot of the pressure was taken off on the gap. So Invax, you definitely had some decent money in Invax if you played this today. First alert was around 183, went all the way down to $30 in there before it bounced with the market. This one, there you go. Now these were early, and sometimes if you're going to be shorting, you got to be early because they happen quick. We already looked at that one. That was the gap down. That was tough. So this is definitely one. Obviously, you had a bounce in the market, so we got that. But definitely one where you can catch some stuff. Let's go a little bit later and see how those worked out. Okay, there's an ugly one right there that came out around 870. Went all the way down to about 750. There's that GH, was just a beauty. Probably went off earlier. I didn't see it, but yeah, you probably got this. Where's that GH? It had to come out earlier, didn't it? Regardless, that's 108 went all the way down to 102, $6 there. This one still looks under pressure and like it'd go further. So if you're not afraid, of chasing some of this stuff, when it's already down a good bit, you can check this out. It's a good one. It's definitely going to show you stocks that are selling off, on decent volume. All right, let me share this one with you. All right, Iris, there you go. Now that's a that's a pretty good one. I mean, you're going to be seeing stocks that are hitting lows, down at least 1%, and doing it on pretty decent volume. So the thing about shorting, I mean, a lot of times if you don't catch a bullish like from Master Blaster, you can kind of wait for maybe a pullback. It seems like these bearish ones, man, they don't. There's no bounce up or pullback or pull up or whatever you want to call it. So you kind of have to sometimes just get aggressive and put on a short early while they're going down. It's a tough game, it really is. But good question, Naveen. I will look at float especially if I'm if I'm taking on a position like in Yala today, which is probably kind of sitting here, I may gauge how much size I want. If I'm looking for like a bounce in the stock, I'll gauge how much stock I'll buy just based on the float. Okay, so this one only has 35 million, so I know this can be kind of squirrely, if I'm wrong, even though, I'll never swing stocks that only have like 2 to 5 million shares in the float, but I'll day trade them, but I won't swing them because they're just too violent. You're welcome, Iris. So if you're a new trader, I usually try to advise newer traders to stay away from the small floats because even though you can get some really good moves to the upside, it cuts both ways. And if you're really just not really good at trading, you could really get hurt. So I typically, like to advise people, at least trade things with, maybe 50 million or more. There are plenty of them out there. They're moving, and trust me, if the volume's there, you can get some good moves. It doesn't have to be a low floater, but I won't. Yeah, I definitely won't try to swing trade any of those low floats. If I do, it's going to be small, very small size. Yes, and also it's I keep the market in mind. It's like this Yala. I didn't buy a huge size in this just because I know the sellers have been out there and I'm not getting the moves. Like I was a few months ago. So typically, what I might do in a situation like this, if I see something it's taking out a moving average and we've had some volume, I would anticipate more volume coming in. Didn't come in today, and I'd buy like some decent size, looking to scalp out half of it pretty quick. You're just not getting those moves right now in a lot of things. I mean, there's some that definitely are moving, but not like they were, 2 or 3 months ago. Put this back on real time. Maybe see if something else is getting. QTNT. Yeah, man, there's definitely some volume coming in. And see, that's got 92 million, but it's still pretty violent. See, if I were still day trading, I may try to fade that right there, that big old upwick coming right over here to major resistance. See, that's an ugly one. Market is kind of hanging out here. We'll see what happens. It's kind of just going sideways. Got a creeping 10-period moving average coming on. Maybe that comes up and we get another move here in the market. We'll see. But it is a Friday, so hard to say. Hey, thank you, Mike C. Appreciate it. Yeah, everybody, it's getting about that time. So what I'm going to do is let Barry know that I'm ready to make the transition back to him. So you guys have a great weekend. Be careful. I'm telling you, I've been trading long enough to know that if we, in a bearish tape, things don't work, you gotta sometimes just change your style, adapt. Gotta adapt. So, and pull back size. I mean, that's the best thing to do is just pull back size. Yeah, thank you, David. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, we have the spies kissing the moving average there. Ah, you're welcome. Is that Triacletown? Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you, David. You guys have a great weekend. I'll let Barry know. I learned some secrets. There you go. I hope so. I wouldn't call them secrets, but hopefully I can pass on a little bit of wisdom that I've gained over the years. All right. See you guys later. Have a good one.
Okay, so the apron may have triggered, guys. For those of you, I don't know if you can hear me now on YouTube. The apron came in the option scanner at 8:11. It took a while. Look at all. I think there was the alert right there. So for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 55 minutes, it based and then it's popped through. How you trade it will be up to you, okay? But and the next area could be that it could stall is 848. 848 is the next high in the weekly chart. So, I keep saying don't be afraid to trade it, but look at the volume. The volume came in, everything kind of happened. Now, is it going to keep going? I have no idea. But, we waited for the breakout and on volume. I think we can kiss Grom goodbye, guys. Grom, just kiss it goodbye. So I would say that the option scanner has worked really well today. Very well in a what I would consider a challenging market. Challenging in that we had the big downturn. Now we're having the upturn. So let's just take a look. What we had. The PROG was good for a very quick hit from 205 to about 220. 222 or so. I mean, I wouldn't say it was wonderful, but certainly, on a percentage basis, that wasn't bad. The BMRA, I have to discount. I don't know what this topping tail was. I'm not trying to make an excuse for the scanner, but I mean, I don't know. That seemed to be ridiculous. It was flashed up and down immediately. The LAUR, I mean 1734. So you can see the candles where the alert happened. You see that blue arrow? Those are the candles in which the alert happened. So you can kind of go back in time. That's why I love having the don't repeat. You can kind of go back in time, not kind of, you go back in time and you can see, okay, great, I had an alert there. What did it do afterwards? You can just see. So from this point here, where the alert was at 1734, at one point it got all the way up to 19. I don't think the NAT, I think was too close to 3, but let's see. So there's the alert. Yeah, it really hasn't done anything. And then of course we've got the apron. I don't know where it's going, but from 811 to 827, I think 848 is going to be tough to get through, but it's tradable. And then the QTNT from 267 up to 284. I mean, it's not terrible, okay? So on a day in which I really didn't think much was going to happen in the option scanner, it wasn't too bad. On a day which I thought was quite a bit of a challenge. And then, of course, the Smiths, not from the option scanner, because it doesn't trade options, it would have shown up for sure. But the Smiths was awesome. I mean, this is, just as I was taking my break, we mentioned this one at 1104. The price was 226. It just didn't really do too much. And then as it was just doing this, just as I was getting ready to take my break, I said, you know what, take a little bit just to see, because it had broken out over this. This is what I was concerned about, this area right here on the daily chart. I was concerned about that. But once it took that out, I thought, okay, I'm not going to, I mean, in theory, each one of these highs is a bit of a resistance, but it was pretty, nice, almost a 45 up. So I thought, okay, it may have a shot to get to the 290 level. There's the 200. I really did not expect it to get to where it did, but hey, it did. All right, Solemn, S-A-L-M, Solemn. Yeah, the slow grind up. Doesn't trade options. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Why? Didn't do anything in the pre-market. But is the media. You know what? Let's take a look. Profile. Christian and conservative content. Okay. After the Salem witch trials. Okay. Rail, I don't see that it's halted, but depends on the volume. If it's under 20,000, which I really doubt, but let's see. No, it's not halted. Well, other than that pop, I mean that's the pop, right? 500,000 shares out of 632. So, and even on the 5 minute. Okay, so yeah, so all the volume is right here. All right, guys, I'm just the market putting in okay out of this little bit of consolidation. It's putting in a nice little break. So we've had a nice recovery day. Nice recovery day. After this, I mean, this looked pretty bleak, guys, down here. Like really bleak. Looked like, okay, we're going to have another. Let's take a look at the SPY overall and just see really what the big picture is. So there it is on the monthly. So as I said yesterday, September historically is the worst month for the SPY or for the market. So I'll call that the SPY, okay? And true to form, it certainly was the worst month. You look at all the other months, okay? So that's number one. On the weekly chart, I mean, to me, I mean, it's not certainly on the monthly chart, this chart, it is not a catastrophic break yet. Even on the weekly chart, we probably have to break down here 413 or so before that would really get people's attention. I think, December is a good month, believe it or not. I don't know if it's the best month. There is a website somewhere that shows that ranks the months. I'm yeah. I mean, I think actually November looks like a pretty darn good month. I mean, we're only talking about overall market. I mean, when you have trade ideas and you're, if you're trading the same type of stuff that most of us are trading here, the overall market doesn't really matter that much, okay? But if you're into, longer term holds and things like that, certainly, you want to, I can just say, I mean, I mentioned right off the bat, September 1, I said, well, guys, this is historically the worst month. So I'm just looking at a website here, and it's saying that now this is using going from 2000 to 2020, so the last 20 years. What now, guys? Don't go to a website and check this. What do you think is the best month? This is from 2000 to 2020. Nope. 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 Yes. Tim, did you go to a website? Fess up. October and November are also good, but April has provided an average gain of 2.4%. Listen, I mean, we're just talking about, and after that, it's October and November. So April is and the worst month is September, a loss. So, guys, if you want to trade the best month, might as well be a bear, hibernate, and come back in April. Sometimes Easter. It could be March. Easter can be in March. Guys, how do we like apron? How do we like it? Now, be aware, 848 is the next high looking left. Again, this is only if you're looking, at the overall market, okay? I mean, the stocks that, I'm not saying we just trade garbage stocks, but we're trading the stocks on a daily basis that are really moving. They don't really care what the overall market's doing. But if you're looking more in a macro way at the market, I mean, yeah, remember my words next September and April. Well, let's take a look. This is just today, though. No, wait a minute. Okay. I don't even know what all does. Okay, all actually is cool because it just, and it's going to ask me for more. Okay, I didn't even know we had this feature. So I'm going back to the 28th. Well, no, it can't just do today because it's showing me the 28th. But what I am going to do, okay, so it went back to the 28th. Did not see April there, but there are more available. So let's just do it. See if that's going to do this though. So that's the 28th. Let me just do the properties in the view mode. Okay, it still is in that mode. Okay, so now we're at the 28th. Now we're in the 27th, 24th. How much far do you want to go back? Well, the time frame options I find a little confusing. All I did was the all. Where do you see apron? You're not talking today, of course. You're talking yesterday. Because Prague was in yesterday. Yeah, you were right. 9:30 right there. At 2:07, at 7:69. So it was yesterday. A little trick, guys, too. When you're doing your history, you don't want to see them over and over and over again. You know, like the stock over and over again, like this. Okay, like this. Okay, so when I did the history, and you see how you see it over and over and over again as it keeps making new highs. If you just want to see it if you just want to see what alerts happen and the first time, then you can right click properties and use this view mode and group and sort by. Okay, and if you want the oldest, that'll tell you the first time it alerted. Okay, so you won't see the stock over and over and over again. Just a little trick. Well, let's you know how to make a symbol list, right? William? I mean, I can do it too, obviously. I mean, I can tell you we'd had two big winners. You know, definitely the Prague and the APRN from yesterday, tracking them. A symbol list, a watch list. So what William is talking about is tracking these, you know, going forward, maybe a couple of days. Prague was definitely in the option scanner yesterday. I think around $1.30. We already saw Apron was in around 760. You know, I'd have to go back and look at the other ones, but so it might be worth it then, you know, to take the ones from today. They're not going to be too many. Put them in a symbol list, and then either make an alert window, attach it to an alert window or a top list window to see how they're trading the next day or the next couple of days. Because exploding option volume, you know, may mean that you'll have a couple of 2 or 3 days of continued momentum. Well, of course, you know I'm not trading options, but I'm trading just the stock. But the only reason I don't do it is because we don't scan for options. Okay, the program doesn't scan for options, but I suppose I can't. I'd have to ask the developer to create another tab. No, I think he wants, you know, you guys who want to discuss options, you know, for me to have, like I have a swing trade, right? A swing trading tab. So having an option tab. I just don't want to clutter it up too much. I could probably get rid of subscriptions because really everything is here in my homepage. Yeah, let me, again, my only reluctance is that we don't scan for options. All right, guys. Well, what did I say? I mean, the apron probably got very close. You know, 848, so it got up to 840 before it stalled. I mean, it may be over. Okay, just have to be. You know, you hear me say it all the time. Look left, look left, look left, look left. Look left on these higher time frames to see where a stock could stall. So, you know, that high was 848. It got up to 840. And that is right about where it is stalled. I'm not saying it can't come back and break through, but you've got to trade these, in my opinion. You just can't hope that it's going to break 848 and keep going. All right, hot. Okay, Hut came in my watch list at 906. Crypto play got up to 936 in the pre-market. Had a nice run from 892 to 921. It's not a low float. All right, the BMRA. So I do see that it did pop up briefly above that 22, and it came right back down again. It's been a tough one. I didn't take it, but might have to put an alert again around that 6:30 mark. It reminds me a little bit, unfortunately, like the Grom yesterday, just popping up and down, chopping. You took it, thinking, okay, now it's going to go, and then it pulls right back on you. CF. All right, Dole looking weaker, guys, a little bit weaker. You know, had that short alert here from the options, did I say me option scanner? My option scanner. Moved down about 50 cents and then came back up, but it's starting to look weaker again. Dog Z. Dog Z. Another China stock. Nice looking break though over 3. All right, so let's take a look at the month. The last high was 485. That translates to that. Look at the volume that came in that day. Sort of remember that day? I don't know if this, I don't think that, I mean, this is right after the meme nonsense. I call it nonsense. Got up to 489. So on the weekly chart, that is the next high. ARMK, ARMK. Daily and weekly resistance. Yeah. Look at all this on the weekly chart. It's right about that level. Well, guys, we're just kind of drifting into this close, so good time to ask questions if you have any. I know I still have about an hour and a half, but not getting any new alerts. You can see right here that my exit on LAUR, wasn't good. 76 cents above right now. This is in the simulator. Hut, hut. HET starting to move. Here's the pre-market high. About 934 crypto play. Yeah, so I don't use any of them, but this is typically, usually if you click on the search. So you're searching for, yeah, I mean, you're talking candle patterns. Or geometric patterns. Okay, maybe more of a geometric. I don't trade any of those, so let's just see what we have. Geometric patterns. So here yeah, I mean this is what we have when it says hours of trading. You have to just click on the help, okay, and it'll tell you. Well, these are all intraday, okay. These are all intraday. These are alerts, okay, not filters. So these are all alerts. I say I don't use these at all. I think it's really hard pattern recognition. Well, for me, well, it's fading pretty badly now. I mean, it's fading really badly now for Prague. I mean, it may be over. I mean, I had an alert set here at 220 in case it took out 220, because if it did take out 220, it had some room. It had some room on the monthly chart to 357. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Let me make sure on the weekly chart. You see, it had the chance, but this is fading pretty badly now. So long term, I mean, I would not be personally, I would not be interested in this right now. It's in a downturn. Well, I'll speak for Becca and Real, and yeah, thank you, Greg, and have a great. I was going to say long weekend. I wish. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. Well, no, you see, every alert. So you're not too familiar with trade ideas. I'm assuming RS. Okay. So we're a scanner, okay? That's what we do. We scan the market. So the idea is you create a scan. So your scan may have been, if I look at this scan that I call basic new highs and lows, okay? So this is what it looks like. You always start off with filters if you're going to create a scan. Because if I were just looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, I'd be inundated, of course, all day long with stocks doing that. So you start off with filters. So for instance, in your particular case, you don't have to set it up for specific stocks to get triggered. You could if you want to, okay? But if you just wanted to find out, well, what stocks triggered, with these filters in place, as an example. So you could say, okay, I'm only interested in stocks between, a certain price range, minimum volume. Maybe they have to be up a certain percent off the close or the open. So you see what I'm doing? I'm basically taking filters because I'm trying to get that universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And then my trigger, a real-time alert, if these criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So if you can picture in your situation those patterns, you could create just the filters, a certain price range, maybe a minimum number of shares. Maybe that's all you'd want. And then you use this as an alert. You add the alert, you check it. And so if a stock met the other filter requirements and it did this broadening bottom, you'd get a real-time alert as an example, okay? But you could also, if you just want to take a look at stocks that are of interest to you, you create a watch list. We call it a symbol list, okay? And then you just attach it. You create your alert window, and then you attach it to the alert window. And if one of those stocks triggers, with that broadening bottom or one of the other geometric patterns, you get a real-time alert. Make sense? If you want, you can take the test drive, which starts a little over a week from now. And you can try us out for 10 days, 10 trading days, as long as you can go from the 11th to the 22nd. I just put the link in. And this is what you'll see. This is what you'll see. So it'll cost you $11.11 for 10 trading days from the 11th to the 22nd. And then you'll have access to our full premium service. And then you can kind of try us out, see what sort of alerts you get. Okay? And this is what you're doing here. If you do it, you're pre-registering. So you're not getting any data until the 11th. You're just pre-registering. And once it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. We don't put you into a subscription or anything like that. Okay? So that might be, for you, trying to get, an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. You might want to try that. And if you do that, I would really, really recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, that'll show you. Okay, well, if you've taken the 20 lessons, take a look at the 20 lessons. At least it shows you how you can create a top list and a alert window, things like that. The other thing that you might want to take a look at before you start is creating a symbol list. Now, it's a watch list, okay? Because if you're looking for just specific stocks that are going to trigger with that pattern, then what you want to do is create that watch list, symbol list, and then attach it. And that video that I just popped in there shows you how you can do it. So you create an alert window, attach it, and then so it's that alert window then will only look at those stocks. As an example. Okay? You are welcome. Nice move on the market, guys. Really, we can make money going both ways, but let's face it, it's easier to make money in a positive market for most people. So that's a nice run. 1, 2, 3. There's an hour, and then sort of based for a bit, and now we're 3 hours, 45 minutes into another little run. Let's take a look at the sectors now. Remember what they looked like before? So as we would expect with the market doing what it's doing, so even all the energy plays are up. Okay, so when we see 100%, that means every single energy play from the close of yesterday is above the close of yesterday. The ones that make up XLE, the major ETF for the energy sector. So that's what all these numbers mean. There are the worst performing ones, consumer staples and healthcare. Healthcare is only 50-50. Consumer staples about 50-50. But tech had a big comeback. Look at communications. Look at tech. Big comebacks. And industrials, big comeback. So really, it's consumer staples and healthcare. Healthcare is just sort of 50-50. ARMK, yeah, maybe one day I'll take one of these more expensive ones, real. It's not that expensive. So what real is talking about is that if the top is in, then the next fib, it could get down to 35.11. If it takes that out, he'll probably post some other fib values. Fibonacci, okay, not lying. Yeah, I don't want to answer for Eli or for William Eli. I mean, you're asking him a very specific question, and should I buy back? I mean, he's, you're putting maybe some pressure on him. I mean, William may want to answer it, but he's not an investment advisor. But I'll let him. He can answer it if he wants to. I do not see any news. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. It hasn't traded very much. I mean, it's a 20 million float, 380,000. A lot of volume just came, a lot of volume came in, about a third, maybe a little over a third, maybe about 35% of the volume is right here of the day. Yeah, I am not touching that one unless it breaks above 630. I just don't trust it, but wish you well, of course, Zach. Let me count the Y's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count them. Wow, look at FSI. Yeah. Now, is this... Okay, so this is one of the blank check companies. So who are they trying to take over? Is there any news of who they're trying to buy? Merge with? Okay, so it's Partis Biosciences. So this is back in June. To go public via merger, so maybe it's getting closer. Announces issuance of its first, so on the 21st of this month, So it must be getting closer. Yeah, maybe the vote is imminent. But you know what happens. Yeah, you get all this and then it just falls. So I don't mean it's going to fall right away, but tough spread right now, 1052, 1075. I'm on mute. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Aja. I was just saying this is how slow the day's been for the most part. Just looking at these four option scanners that I got. You know, normally I would say I have about 10 here. Definitely more here. I would say, you know, maybe three or four more here. Again, I don't want a lot, but it's just been, but really, this this is the indication. Usually both of these windows are really full. I mean, there's only two on the highs and what, 8 or 9 on the lows. That's amazing. And yet, you know, the market has been. I'm surprised I'm just not getting more new highs. It's, you know, I think what's probably happening is the rally is in the higher market cap stocks, just not you know, not these little guys, littler guys. Okay, guys, fading into the close. Yeah, I'm not into it today. Casual reminder. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, if I didn't have to be here, I'd be long gone. It's possible, Becca. Question my sanity, exactly. Now, I'll stick it out. I mean, you never know. Something might pop up at the very end, and I don't want to miss it. So, HBI, okay, Haynes. This was a this was the big short yesterday. Oh, I do, Robbie. I'm just some days are a little slower. I mean, I haven't had an alert in about an hour, and even though the market is chugging higher, but it is probably the high cap stocks, large cap stocks that are moving. Just the small caps aren't really doing that much. Big volume though. Look at this volume that came into HBI from Zach. And so you look left, certainly got room, but $1 until it hits that 200-day moving average and the high of yesterday. Well, Inagata Davida is easy. There's only one verse. I know the words. Abby? Let's take a look at Abby. Well, I'm hoping you got it down here and you're looking for a nice bounce back up to these levels for ABBV, somebody in our YouTube room. Man, this is a really... I thought there'd be a lot more interest in this one with that float, 10 million in the float. And I'm talking about the BMRA. No. Does trade ideas track price action versus news? No. But you know what? Typically, when you see a big volume burst, that's your news. Okay, you can always check. By the time you check and read the news, you know, the play could even be over. Not necessarily over, but you're, you know, a good part into it. But no, we have a news filter or a news tab, but this is not what you're talking about, like a late breaking news. But anytime you get an alert, you can check the latest news on it. The latest news, I mean, within reason from our news tab, okay? But I, quite frankly, use IB's headline news. Yeah, I think it's a little more current. You guys are too funny. An alert. An alert. PED. PED. Okay, what are you going to do? PED. PED. Okay, volume came in. What do we have? The next high looking left on the monthly is 223. The next high on the weekly is that same out of nowhere. Look at the out of nowhere on the daily. I mean, really, all this volume, and it really didn't move. It's starting to move now. PED. See if there's any sort of... I don't see any specific reason. We had some news yesterday. Actually, we had news after hours yesterday that SK Energy purchases 76,000 shares at an average price of $1.46. Okay, so this was the news after hours for PED. Didn't really, I mean, it popped. Yes, it popped. Came right back down almost to the purchase price, and now it's starting to move again. So there, I guess you could say, well, there is some news. Now, whether it's going to keep moving higher. Look at the volume, though. I mean, there's a ton of volume for this. 86 times normal. It's traded the float, 15 million in the float. It has traded 16 million shares now. So, did he also tweet about? Okay, so Will Mead, I've only come into contact, not personally, of course, but Will Mead. I guess he's got a big following on Twitter. So he, even though this was previously disclosed, so I guess he's just re-emphasizing it in Twitter. So there is the volume burst for PED, P-E-D. Yeah, he called a lot of stuff on BBIG. At least he said he got out of it. Well, let's see what it does. Is it shortable? Ooh, it is shortable too. This looks like something you guys want to pound down. I don't think it's got that much room, but for you, William, PED, P-E-D, maybe Zach. Okay. Oh, at last it's 2. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, that's not going to work. I've been told our relative or our similar tab is being revamped, and now we should start to see things that make a lot more sense. And why I'm saying that is that, it's getting a little too frustrating to see, a healthcare stock mixed in with an automotive stock, as an example. I'll use an extreme example, but so that's why I haven't had the similar stock, the similar tab up and running. Nothing yet, Ija. So what the similar tab is supposed to do, I mean, it's somewhat obvious. If I look at PED, and I want to see something similar to PED in the same sector, what are the rest of them in the sector doing? So I will start to monitor this now. So let's take a look at HUT as an example. Yeah, see Hut, I don't know where Hut is showing up. It's cryptocurrency, so that, that should not be, yeah, okay, so I've been asked to give him examples. Now, that's going to be a tough one because, yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Hut, it's called crypto mining, I guess. Why isn't it showing up at all though? I'm going to have to do this off. I can't believe I did that. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to do something here. I'm going to have to exit my layout and load it again. The banks are useless. Who's trading Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley, William? Okay, so now this is what I want to do. I want to click on the similar, duplicate it into a free floating window. So I'm going to monitor this on my own. All right, guys, I'm just trying to, I want to see if we can start to see, let's see, LEUXA. So what is the financial vehicle? No, that's not a good one. Let's take, okay, we know Acadia. We know it's, a bio of some sort. Okay, good. See, all I'm trying to do is we're trying to get this similar tab working a lot better so that when you do click on an alert, it is showing you other stocks in the same sector, okay? And so I'm told that that is being really improved. We talked about it, yeah, I mean, not extensively, but yes, we talked about EXAI. Actually, I guess fairly extensively. We talked about it. 13 million shares or so, IPO priced at 22. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, I think, and Barclays behind it. So, so it's been so far a successful IPO priced at 22. Other than that, FWRG, no, I didn't even see that one. Now, here's something I haven't talked about for a while, okay? Let's just say you saw a sector like this one. Let's maybe pick another one. Okay, pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing, okay? So here it is, and most of the stocks are going to be, they better be bios, okay? So if you wanted to follow this sector all day long, this is what you could do. Here it is in the similar tab. And then you just right click, pop it out. So why do that? Now it is a top list, okay? And now you can take it and you can add filters. For instance, there may be stocks in here you don't want to see because either A, too cheap or too expensive. So you can create a top list now out of it with all the filters that you want. Okay, a minimum price, maybe a minimum volume, on and on and on. And then you could follow that list, or you could turn it into an alert window. Okay, so that is one of the neat things about the similar tab when it's working well. And this one has always kind of worked well. I mean, in terms of the sector, you usually don't get too many crazy ones. Well, when I say crazy, you shouldn't see like an automotive, a dealer, anything to do with EV, for instance, in the pharmaceutical preparation sector. But again, if you wanted to follow this all day long because this was the hot sector, then all you have to do is go to the similar and then pop it out and then add the filters you want so that you don't see everything necessarily. Does that all make sense? If you guys want to do that. And then you can save it as part of your layout, or you can just save it as a scan, because maybe tomorrow, Monday, maybe pharmaceuticals just are not that exciting anymore. But maybe next Thursday they are. So you remembered, oh yeah, I was following them. I can bring this top list back, or the alert window you created. You could sort it. So here are the ones up the most. I shouldn't have opened my big mouth. No, I haven't. SRT. The Great Beyond, Star Trek. Okay. Well, it's coming right into that 200 day. It's not that far away, 728, so it's about 48 cents away. So Zach is looking to short this one. I'm just waiting to shut the room down. Thank you, Pepe. You're right. It is a Friday, not the Friday. There may not be the Friday. You too, Tony. I'm going to cue Becca for you, Thomas. I think somebody's going to get banned pretty soon. Yeah, sorry, guy. No nonsense here. I don't know what your game is, but not much. Yeah, it's not in the main trading room. You're right. Whew. Well, the SR is this SPT? I don't think I got into the sevens, right? No, SRT, not SPT. SRT. Ooh, it just snuck in for you. 7. All right, well, one last talking about the test drive in my homepage, okay? Then we'll probably wrap it up pretty soon. So the test drive, guys, again. You know I'm a Bruins fan, not a Vancouver fan. You probably don't know that. Anyway, here's the test drive, guys. So click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. Sign up, 11th to the 22nd of October, so fast approaching. $11.11 gets you those 10 trading days, all right? Have access to our full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same for the 11.11. We'll upgrade you to our premium service for those 10 trading days. Signing up today, all you're doing is pre-registering. You'll get no data, live data, until the 11th, okay? Also, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We do not automatically put you into a subscription. So it's a great way to try us out for those 10 trading days. I had an alert set for this one for some reason. CEIX, so it exploded actually. That's not the reason though, Becca. Not the reason at all. Okay, let me just put my homepage link in. No, I'm Blue Jays all the way. Tough game last night. Well, SRT is on the move, Zach. I'm sure you know, not RST. You're talking SRT. I know you got all excited. You mistyped it. So SRT on the move. Whoa! there's the crash down. Well, my goodness, that's the way it's done. Look at what Zach did. I didn't do it, okay? I'm not going to say I did it. So look what Zach did. He waited for the 7 break. It broke, and then it just absolutely crashed down. I'm not sure where he got it, but because he had to be pretty quick, because that broke down under 7 really quickly. That's what you call a rug pull. Boy, oh boy. So many people wait. Well, I mean, here's the other thing. Look where it got to. 728. What did it get to? Got to 716. I mean, that 200-day moving average. It was so close. So many programs will kick in and say, "Yeah, we're not. You're too close, so we're dumping you." Okay, so again, my home page, click on the link, all the information here, save the link. I was asked a question earlier today. Yeah, I mean, save the link. There's a ton of information in the education section, lots and lots of information, not just about trade, well, mainly about trade ideas, but all the way to the bottom, back to basics. If you're new to trading, it's a great series. It starts off with what is a stock. So, I mean, this is a great series if you're new to trading and wondering what the heck is it all about, okay? But lots of other information about trade ideas, the lessons, support, etc. My scans, all my scans, and a sample of this layout that I'm sharing that you guys can see. Very close, not quite the same, but it's very close. Plus all the individual scans, including my beauty, moving higher with unusually strong options. And also, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. This is free. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video that I do at noon every day. So these are free. All the education. The only thing that you obviously need to have a subscription for is to have my scans. So save my link, and you can then look at all this information here whenever you want. Now, is it breaking out? Because I've been waiting for that one to really break out, AMTX. Yeah, I have my alert set right here. I think it's right at, I mean, there's the high right there, 1974. So for next week, I mean, really, I'm assuming you're talking about long eventually, but for next week, if it ever broke out, there's the high of last month, which is really the high yesterday, last day of the month, approaching that high. But more importantly, why would we even care about it? Look left and look how much room it's got. $27 up here. We're not saying it's going to get there, but You'd like to see, and on the weekly, it's exactly the same. I think, let me make sure. So there is a high at 2029 in this week. But, you know, if it gets over 20 and gets through that 2029, I mean, man, there is a ton of room. So that's why I have my alert, my price alert set up here. If it happens, it happens. See, there it is. My alert is set at 1970. Not because I'll take the trade right at 1970. I want to start seeing it, though, as it approaches 20, if it does. Guys, can you, well, let me just see something here. Looking for some, what are companies that focus just on mining Bitcoin? Is that like a Mara or Riot? I don't think Mara and Riot are exactly the same if you looked at them. Okay, so Mara definitely focuses on mining cryptocurrencies. What does Riot do? It's more into blockchain, right? I don't know the Bitcoin mining. Okay. Now, there you go. Yeah. As we're talking about it, there it goes. AMTX. Well, again, it could be really interesting next week. Takes out that 20, and next week it could get rolled. What do they do? Ethyl alcohol manufacturing. Biofuels, okay. I mean, it had a sorry 4 months before the last 3 months, or last 2 months, and now maybe a continuation this month. Okay, so I think, yeah, I think we're good then. You see, I'm trying to help our guys, trying to help Brad with this similar, okay? And so, when we had hut is somehow showing in here because it has mining, as its name. So it thinks it's a normal miner, okay? So consequently, but he now knows because we're trying to fine tune this similar. So now I've given him some names of other. Mara was one, of course. Thank you for the hive. And we'll be able to fix it. This will be an ongoing process. Some of these things, I mean, it's hard to categorize them. And you get a mining in the name, and well, you must be a miner. Okay. Okay, William, I promise I won't. Yeah, BITF, another one. Yeah, I think we're good. I think he just needed a couple and to get it categorized correctly. And then somehow, I don't know if these guys change their. Yeah, you see, I mean, we're in gold ore mining, gold ore. You can just see the sector because it says has mining in the name. So anything, that's going to be a challenge. Anything with mining in the name. Yeah, any is another one. Yeah, I think we're going. It's going to take a while, especially for these types. It's going to take a bit. But any does it have any in the name or sorry information? Yeah, data processing. See, the problem is some of these guys they change their business profile. Okay, so for instance, we know that any has got now something to do with crypto, but it's not in here. I think DPW is the same thing. So there are going to be things that slip through the cracks. You see, I mean, here's another. Okay, at least it does have now. It had a segment now. The digital farm segment involves blockchain mining. But before it didn't. Anyway, it'll be a process. Zach, I wonder if you're still short that SRT. What a great short. What a great short to end the week. All right, guys, so I'm going to put a little plug in for Chris Varley, all right? So he's now going to be hosting between 3:30 and 4:30 every day in the YouTube room, okay? He's with Trade Ideas, of course. So you've got general questions for Chris about trade ideas or trading, I guess. So those of you who want a little extended, the reason it doesn't start at 3 is because he is busy with something else on a personal level between 3 and 3:30. So he'll start it at 3. Oh, he's not going to 5. It'll be 3:30 to 4:30. Okay, so I'll put the YouTube link in. And then if you want, you can head over there at 3:30. I'm just going to Here it is. It's just our normal YouTube link. So when you click on it, like you normally do, then you can just join right there. Just click on that link and then you'll get in there live. Okay? But not till 3:30. I mean, it's a good time if you're really wanting to know a lot more about Brokers Plus and all. I mean, he uses it a lot more than I do. Okay? So if you're more into that, then you can head over there. Well, Grant, yeah, we're sort of stuck at a certain number, but boy, look at this SPY, guys. This has been an awesome move. I mean, let's back this 15-minute chart out just a little bit more. So remember what happened. I mean, this did not look good. Here's the pre-market, okay? So we had a nice little gap up in the pre-market. Wasn't bad, looked okay. But then the market opened and there's an hour. Now, we had a couple of pauses right there. But we had an hour, and even an hour and 15 in, that was a red bar, and it just didn't look good. Everything was gone negative. But look what happened since then. We had an hour up, little pause, and now another hour up. And yet, even though I had to do a reload, but still hardly anything in these two scans. Yeah, Bitcoin is definitely, let's take a look at GBTC. I know it's not Bitcoin as such, but even then, it's been, it popped up big in the pre-market, just kind of rested all day. There's the 200-day moving average. I don't know. I never really figure out if ETFs, respect 200-day moving averages. I guess. You mean why is crypto up? I don't know. The market, when the market was tanking a bit. I mean, remember now, this was up at 41. I mean, it's getting closer. 41.81. It's getting closer and closer, I guess. What is Bitcoin actually? Oh, I see. What's basic news? It's not basic news. It's basic new highs. It's basic new highs don't repeat. So it's not news. So what this means is, and it's hard to see this now because I had to do a reload. So you're not seeing all of the alerts that happened. But basically, what this would mean, again, you have to understand. I had to do a reload. So this is showing from when I reloaded, which was, I guess, at 223. But what this would show you is where the first alert happened and the time and the price. So you could go back in time, you would click on it, and you could say, okay, what did it do from there? Understand, really, SRT probably showed up down here, okay, in this range. It's just that I had to do a reload of trade ideas, so it's only going to show the last time. But that's the theory behind it, okay? So you can kind of go back and say, okay, when you see these alerts on the don't repeat, you click on it, you see the time, you see the price, and you see the big blue candle. That's telling you the candle in which the alert happened, the different time frames. And you could say, okay, what did it do from there? So that's why I like the don't repeat. Does that make sense? And I call it basic because it's, there's really, It's just your basic new, show me basic new highs and lows with a few filters attached. Oh, it's not even 50,000. I thought it would be 50K by now. Okay. Most of my scans are set up like that, Joe, because I like to see how well the scans are performing. And the only way I can, I'm not back testing them or anything like that. I'm not auto trading them, but I like to see how well they're performing. And so the easiest way to do it is to see, check, okay, where was the first alert? What time was it? And what was the price? And what happened after that? PED, let's take a look at PED. Again, PED, I don't know when it showed up first. Might have showed up right around here, around $1.50. Oh, I see. No, so they're not going the Chinese government route. You know what is still kind of strong, guys, is his apron, APRN. It takes out that 848 later on. I mean, it could have still a bit of a run in it. It was a great little trade from the option scanner. And the next high looking left is 848. That stalled almost there. You can see where it got to. It got up to 840. And you're looking on that weekly chart. 848 is the next high. Then after that is 863. And then you're talking 944. So boy, what a level for it to get out. Now, the fantasy void, way up here at 1220. Thank you, Grant. Thank you for doing the like. I should probably say, yeah, if you like us on YouTube, shameless plug, I guess, click the like button. All right, guys, I may just wind it up now. Look, I'll always stick around if there are questions. I don't see any questions coming in, so I might just wrap it up about 12 minutes early, if that's okay. Yes, at 3:30, Slohan. Okay. You know how to get there, right? You know the link? Okay. Yeah, it's going to be, I guess, officially every day now. Well, not Saturday and Sunday, but 3:30 to 4:30. All right, everybody. I do not see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up. Thanks a lot for all the help all week long. Hope everybody had a decent time. And I'll shut the room down, close the room down. So have a great weekend, and I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope to see you then. Bye-bye. Okay, so Robbie, in the YouTube room that you're in, Chris Varley from Trade Ideas will reopen the room from 3:30 to 4:30. Okay? You too, Ija. So you can just, it'll be a new stream though, so you'd have to, Let me just give you the link. So you can't stay in here because he's starting a brand new stream with a different. It's still YouTube and all, but you'll have to log in again with that link, okay? And he'll start it at 3:30, and he'll run it to 4:30, and that's Monday to Friday now. Okay. All right, guys. Goodbye, YouTubers.